Good morning to all gathered here. A warm welcome to the DAC Patents Master Hackathon 2023, a pioneering initiative dedicated to empowering students in the fight against deceptive design practices in the digital realm. Today marks the second round of our Intra-Institute DPPH 2023. Before we dive into the event, let's extend a formal welcome to our esteemed guests. I would like to welcome the Principal of Canara Engineering College, Dr. Nagesh HR. Sir, thank you for gracing us with your presence. A big welcome to our distinguished internal jury members, Dr. Uday Kumar Shanai, Dr. Manoj Giriar, Dr. Basappa B. Kodida, Dr. Jagdish, and Dr. Sunil Kumar. We are honored to have with you, sir. We are privileged to have our external jury member, Dr. Jason Elroy Martis, Associate Professor, join us today. Thank you for being a part of this event. Let's also acknowledge the Nodal Officer, Dr. Prahas Amin, all the deans, heads of various departments, faculty, staff, participants, and all students. Welcome, everyone. Before I proceed, let me give you a brief introduction of our esteemed external jury, Jason Enroy Martis. He is an associate professor in the Department of Information Science and Engineering, has been a part of the NNAM Institute of Technology in Nete, Karnataka, India since June 2009. He completed his bachelor's degree in Information Science and Engineering in 2009 and later obtained his master's degree in computer science and engineering from the same institution in 2013. Additionally, he has earned an MBA with a specialization in marketing from KSOU. Bringing 14 years of educational expertise to the table, Jason is a passionate educator who has been involved in diverse teaching and research roles. His academic interests span a range of areas including computer vision, image processing, artificial intelligence, deep learning, neural networks, cryptography, and information security. With 11 years in research, he has made significant contributions to over 20 collaborative research works, which include publications in journals, book chapters, and conference papers in esteemed indices. We are privileged to have you with us, sir. Before we commence, I would like to invite the Principal of Canara Engineering College, Dr. Nagesh HR, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Respected guests of the day, Dr. Jason, and the coordinator of this hackathon, Dr. Amin, and the HODs of various departments, and my dear student participants. All those initiatives from the AICT or UGC or the affiliating bodies, the main intention of all this initiative is actually our Vikasit Bharat. By 2047, we want our country to be a developed country. It may be hackathon, ideathon, or any other initiatives which are conducted just to motivate the youth. Because you are the people who will be strong pillars for making our country a developed country by 2047. This is one of the initiatives among that. So I wish you all the best and do actively participate. Participation is very important. Learning is a secondary part. Once you participate, the experiences you're going to get from that, it's very, very important for your future career or your professional career. I wish you all the best once again and do participate and get the outcome of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A few announcements for the students. We have shortlisted 10 teams from round 1 and these teams will be presenting in today's round 2. After evaluation, results will be sent and recommended team details will be forwarded to the convener. The final teams for round 3, which will be around February 17, 2024, will be announced by IIT BHU Varanasi and the certificates will also be provided by them. Teams, please note, you need to provide all necessary files, that is codes, solution, documentation, PPTs, README files, video recordings of your presentation. Each team is requested to make arrangements to record your team presentation videos and share it with Dr. Prahas when you are sharing all your files as soon as the event is concluded. Also, don't forget to fill out the feedback form at the venue and the Google form provided for additional feedback, which will be sent to the DPBH WhatsApp group too. Once again, a hearty welcome to all the participants, juries, external juries. We wish you all the very best. May the best term emerge victorious. Thank you.
Start your presentation.
You want one? Judy wants one?
People will be getting 15 minutes for your presentation and demonstration.
Good morning, students, and good morning, everyone. I am Ria, and I am from the team Bite Blitz. So let's go to the problem statement. Designing and prototyping an innovative software-based solution that can detect dark patterns and on an e-commerce platform. So what is the solution? What is the solution? The solution that we found is Dark Secure, The Dark Secure, it is a version of the Dark Pattern Buster where we made an extension that can be detected by a user at the any browser at the any at his or her convenience. Basically, we created a two extension that is creating a web. One is like we created a web page where a user can enter the URL to identify dark patterns, and they can use the extension to scan the current site. This is like we are going to a website where we are scanning the whole page. There we'll find that the what and all dark patterns are there will be listed out. And the tool would essentially scan the provided URL for signs of dark patterns and provide the users with the insights of the website's ethical design. There are two extensions. The one, it is a web page where we can just enter the URL and we'll find out what and all the dark patterns have been found. And the features of this are, it can detect whenever a user wishes at his or her convenience. And it is very fast. It uses a data set from where it will check for the dark patterns. We have created a data set where we have many.
I can manage my voice with the dictaphone.
We have created a data set where we have the dark patterns which we already found, and we have a extension where we can link that and compare the data set and find the dark errors, and it is very user friendly. Next, my teammate is going to tell the benefits of that.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. My name is Ananya, and I'll be talking about the benefits about the extensions what we created. So the first one is user protection. So here, the dark patterns, it detects and checks for the dark patterns in the app, and then it warns whether there is a dark patterns, which is very useful for the user when they use it. And it also identifies, and the privacy is more here because when the dark patterns is identified, it contributes for the more, uh, it ensures more privacy during the process. The next one is the previous one, dark view concept. So day by day, the dark patterns is getting very hard to crack. So that's why we use a data set. The data set has a lot of details about the and which includes many types of patterns, so which is very helpful for the user. Next one, the next one is reduce user frustration. So this may lead to very less frustrations and misled by the users because the dark patterns it allows the user to know whether the app contains a dark pattern, which will be there's a very less chance of misleading uh, the user. Next one is simplicity. The dark pattern is very simple. So it just goes through the process and then it detects the dark pattern. Next one, building trust. So here, it aims for the user or the consumer advocacy where the consumer or the user will trust on the app. Okay, they get a confidence that okay, there is no dark patterns or there is no kind of misleading here. So that's building trust. The next one will be
I'm going to explain about what and all we have used to get those two extensions. For this extension, in this we have used ML model. In ML model, we have provided a data set of around 2000 lines. One problem is that time by time, the dark patterns get goes on changing. So we have to keep on updating the data, keep on updating the data set. Uh, and this is the second extension. In this, user do not need to input the URL manually. It automatically scans the current web page which you are using and provides that file to the extension, and it scans and gives the output. So we'll see the demo. Okay. The same thing as there are more dark patterns, and one thing, it is difficult to every time keep on updating the data sets, and so we want or try to integrate AI model which automatically scans and keeps on updating. We'll show the demo. Here we have updated our extension to Opera GX browser, and we have tried with other browsers also. It is compatible. So there is a, you can go to any website like Amazon or which you are using currently. You have to just click on the extension and click on scan current tab. Yeah, those are like, it is depending on the data set. So as you change the website, it gets updated. Updated. Next, this is the second extension. Here you have to manually input the website link. So the second thing, there is some problem.
Yeah. So you can go ahead. Questions.
Okay.
talking, right? You have told about features and benefits, right? Just wanted to ask you, what is the difference between features versus benefits? Basically, please define that because you have separately illustrated that in two different slides.
So features are just like we just wanted to give it in short, like what it's offering. Benefits are like the additional things, they explain. Uh, one is saying it's user friendly, but we have to explain why, right? And the benefits it can come.
What all parameters have you used to analyze the user friendliness of the system? Can you please define that? Because see, when you say very user friendly, you have to identify certain parameters that you have not defined, and everything has to be quantified. You cannot directly say that this is very user friendly.
The reason
I
we
hope
say-
you got my question.
Yes. The reason we say it's very user friendly is because it's very simple. Add the extension.
Again, qualitative, not quantitative.
We have checked the different browsers
Okay,
to its compatibility.
okay, that is compatible. Again, that is okay, no problem. You have told you have a comprehensive data set around about 2000, yeah, 2000 lines or so. And you have told that you have an ML model. Could you at least demonstrate that? Could you tell me which ML model you have used for your?
We have created an ML model which fits the your
Yes, it's what type of ML model is it? What pattern does it use, etc. Could you please define more on that?
yeah. Our model like it first fetches the source code from the website.
It fetches source code from the website.
Yeah.
Source code in the sense you are talking about HTML.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Then it compares the data set.
What type of comparison? Which model are you using?
What are the features that would be compared?
Yes.
The words.
Because you're directly targeting it towards. You're just doing a brute force search. And how do you say it's an ML model? I can paraphrase it easily, right?
With single word you are comparing.
Sentence.
I can twist that sentence, right? So it completely becomes invalid. No? For example, going to the bar. I can just what you call convert it into a different. I can paraphrase the statement, and then it won't sense it. No.
There the data set. We have to update the data sets. That's it.
So you tell me what is ML in it? You have specifically illustrated saying that it's an ML model. ML must be able to track it. ML checks for patterns. ML doesn't do this one. If you are just creating a data set and doing it, you are just doing brute force comparison. How is it different from brute force versus ML pattern recognition? If you are clearly emphasizing saying that you have used ML, there must be some patterns that you must identify. Yes or no? Hope I'm right here.
Yes.
Where is the pattern recognition there? And you're dealing specifically with words, right? So you're dealing with text. Am I right? Okay, fine. So that is one thing. How are you taking? You're taking the entire source code. What if it is a script? Have you thought about that? Are you scraping the website? What software are you using to scrape the website?
So we are fetching the data.
You're just fetching the source code. If the source code is entered in the form of a script, you won't get anything, right? Okay. Okay, fine. Then you told that you can integrate AI. Can you tell me the difference between AI and ML? You told ML model, you have told we can integrate AI.
We want to.
That is what we can improve upon. We can add here.
What is the difference? It looks to be one and the same thing. Is AI and ML same? No. Okay. You have to what you call look upon these questions, what I have this one, and then you have to come back with a particular statement regarding that because if you have mentioned in your features, your benefits, you have to go through and always what you call realign and see everything is matching according to the what you call requirements of, because otherwise if it doesn't match properly, you're just shooting what you call stones in the air. That shouldn't happen. Okay. And when you're saying about features, it must be quantified. Talking about ML model, you are not able to say what ML model you're using. We're talking about AI. You don't know the difference between AI and ML. So those things must be addressed first before you are what you call able to do it. And extensions, which programming language have you used?
We have it's a main extension.
You just use the JSON file to create an entire extension.
One thing today we have two tools. One we have used Flask,
Okay.
the Flask Python, and another one all based on JavaScript and
So your job just now, in the beginning, was just to create an extension, I believe, and you have just created the extension which compares certain
text.
words. So you have not used anything with respect to it. I hope I'm right. Yes,
Second one,
that's what I found it out from. And you have mentioned one last thing what I wanted to. You have mentioned about building trust. Yes. Could you please emphasize on that? What do you mean by building trust? You have told your features are to build to benefits everything. Okay, it is to build trust. My question is how? Trust amongst.
Dark patterns with intent.
I will go to Amazon first, or I will go to your site first and check first. You tell me. Then you tell me how will I use your website to emphasize saying that your extension has trust. What kind of emphasis would you specify? This comes on the marketing domain, not on the what you call technical domain. So on the marketing domain, just wanted to ask you one question. How would you emphasize this?
it's like you start a process in the when you're doing it like first in the beginning of I'm just giving an example.
Okay.
Any website you can take, Amazon also.
Yes, yes, yes.
First, at the time of their beginning, I think so. The consumers don't have trust. So as they go on and they reach more and more, the trust.
Because your website is just as your tool is just an extension. Unless I specifically click on that, then only the extension gets loaded. Okay, right. Why don't you do an internal scan in the beginning itself? Where you go into the browser details, open up the browser, modify the source code. That would build trust.
But the problem is that extension every time it scans like whenever you open if it's a loaded extension. Every time when you open a website, it scans automatically.
Exactly.
But there are some sites which you do not want it to scan,
Like what?
like banking or something.
Why? What's wrong with it? How would you verify that?
Bank. It's not. I think so. It is not so secure to give.
Good extensions to scan the entire banking websites. Why? Could you please specify that? Could I coming into this particular domain? But could you tell me why? Don't you think banking does give advertisements and all?
Yeah.
They do, right?
Yeah. First, net banking.
Yes. I'm talking about net banking itself. So they don't have advertisements on their websites.
After logging, after your account and you where you
Yeah. You don't think so?
so like other like bank things, yeah, it will be there.
Ah, yeah.
Basically. I'm talking about the external ads.
So after login, you're not going to check anything. So that's what you're trying to specify.
Like that was the reason we did not automatically scan.
Amazon, if I log in,
Not that, sir. I said like your question was like why you're not automatically scanning the website and
Okay.
why a user has to click on this.
yeah.
while you go to net banking
Ah,
and you're doing something.
okay.
If it scans the website,
Ah,
he gets something who knows like knowledge about it, high knowledge like the banking domain and all. They can have some bugs and they can it can be vulnerable.
your answer is not that clear. Okay, that's not an issue. No problem. Okay, the next team, Dark Path Guardians.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marisha, and our team name is Dark Art Guardians. So, so the problem given to us is like to find, like in many websites, you find dark patterns. Basically, like when you're shopping, it's mostly used in e-commerce platforms. Like when you're shopping, it shows like only 20% have sold, like limited deals, only so much stock is available. So for this, it's like manipulating the user's mind. The users might take the step which it's not required for them. Like they go in kind of shopping. So for that, we are supposed to find a solution. So our solution, which we made, is we created a website where we are supposed to detect, like when we enter a URL, it detects whether dark patterns are there in that. That prototype will be explained later by my teammates. Uh, so we have used a Python model for this, and then yeah, the e-commerce platform which we use is eBay. The benefits will be carried on by my next teammates. Thank you.
Good morning, my dear friends and sirs. So we have created an extension of dark pattern. So what are the benefits of that? The first one is user protection. So in many websites, like if we want to check any information, they provide us login or provide us some money to see the contents. So before going to that website, we can copy that link and paste it on an extension. So we can find that is there any dark pattern present in there like that. So this gives us user protection. And the next point is dark new concepts. Like in here, the dark pattern is like new concept to us. There are only less websites like this to detect dark pattern. So we have created that extension to find the dark patterns in here. Reduce user frustration. In different website, if you want to, like in Flipkart, if you want to cancel any order, they not give at the front cancel this. We have to go inside and inside. So that creates frustration to the user. So before going to that, we can check here, is there any dark pattern present in that or not? And next is simplicity. Simplicity provides us creating dark patterns. Yeah, this provides us simplicity. Like before going to any website, we can directly check is there any dark pattern present? Is there misleading words present in this dark pattern? Or social proof, is it a dark pattern? So it provides simplicity to us to clearly know what is happening in that website. So next working model is taken by my friend Gordon.
Good morning, all. Now let me explain the working model of our prototype. So in our prototype, we have built an extension where we can place the URL of a given particular website, and it will scan towards our CSV file, and it will check whether your dark pattern is present in the source code or not. So we are pushing the website source code of the particular website we are given to the Python model. So it will compare the page source with the Python model as well as the CSV file. If the CSV file is if the particular pattern is detected, like pattern category, we have categorized our pattern like scarcity, scarcity and misleading, misjudging, like that and all. So it will be easy to user to understand what type of a dark pattern they are detecting in the particular website. After scanning through it, the Python model which we have done, we have integrated it with the class and we have made a website to it, and the website we have converted it into that extension. So the extension, and then the output which is given by the class model, it's a dark pattern which are particularly detected in the website. So after making our website, we have just gave a try in making application like a basic, just a basic application like how it will load. Same as the website, but it's an app form, just a basic app which contains to enter the URL and then gives the output. That's how our Python as well as the app works. Okay, scope of improvement. So as the new days come, most of the website like they need some like additional investment or some investment of the users to in the particular website. So they are building more and more dark patterns. So to reduce that dark pattern, nowadays we are so many sectors have came up with scope like dark pattern detecting, so on and all. In our model, we can application of dual model using either app or an extension can be put together to increase the efficiency of the our model or to be an user friendly one. Okay. In conclusion, dark pattern. In conclusion, dark pattern will be wasting our user time as well as the application might be not too useful and the website is not too working also. So by using a dark pattern detector, it is very useful for the user to detect the pattern in the given particular website. Now we are going to demonstrate our model. So this is our eBay website. So this is the extension which we have built. When we paste the URL of the eBay website, this is the dark pattern which I have detected in the particular main page of the website. Its most popular part, and the pattern which is categorized is social proof. Then this is our basic app structure, where we have placed a URL here, and then the detected pattern, which is a not popular one. Okay, which is a not popular one, and it categorized as a social group. Same thing is displayed as a app model. Thank you.
Could you please show us the data set, the data sheet, whatever you have. You're just taking standard words again and just comparing it with what you call saying that whether it is present or not present. But what if, again, the question that comes is, what if the website is a script-based website? What you would do?
Sir, they're actually taking the page source of the website, particular website.
Yeah.
And scan through it.
Does it scan through the scripts also?
Yeah. And page source is whatever content is there, the page source of the website.
HTML source codes can also be hidden, if you know that.
Yes.
So does this one take even that?
Right now, it's taking just a page source, whatever there in the particular page.
Now, what if the words are paraphrased? Same question I asked to the previous class. What if the words are paraphrased? What if the words are twisted?
Twisted, there can be like minor changes, like if there is 3 stocks left, like that, and if I place 3 and 10, it will give the same output. So it won't work like fully.
What type of pattern you are using to recognize these kind of what you call hot letters or what you call generic words?
A pattern is
For example, you have just told about newsletters, entry mark.
yes, sir.
What if I just change the words? What type of model are you using to recognize saying that it is again a scarcity pattern?
Same Python model. That's it.
Are you?
I'm focused.
Because it's not just that sentence. Right now you're just telling in that sentence is a dark pattern.
Oh, yes.
Are you recognizing patterns in that sentence anyway, or are you just taking that sentence and saying you've taken multiple such sentences?
Yes, sir.
You take model sentence and model now.
See, first question is, what do you mean by pattern?
Pattern in this particular whatever dark.
See, for example,
In which
I'll tell you a simple example. I'll tell you, get out. Get out of the classroom. Now, what context am I saying this? It's a text. What context am I saying this? I'm in a very anger mode and everything. I'll say, please get out. You're only telling me, see, these two particular statements has the word get out. Okay? But it has two different modalities here. How you are going to classify these two modalities?
You it's only
That is what I'm trying to question.
It's just a word based.
yes.
Good question.
Again, it's basically brute force. So when you're talking about using patterns, and you say, see, nowadays it's changing every time. Yes or no? Many new things are coming up to what you call trying to fetch, so what you call get hang of people so that they go into what you call these websites and all. How you are going to track them? And you have told only with respect to the source code. What if I put an image and click on it? Will it recognize?
No, we have here only scan to use them.
So you are not using any of it. What's specified? For text.
No.
How it is not. Because you have not told, and see, you have told about user protection. You have mentioned one of the benefits. What standards you are using for user protection? Could you please emphasize on that?
like if you want any information to any website,
That is not standard.
you know,
You take a helmet. How do you know it is proper? Certified through ISI.
Yeah.
Here, what standard?
no, if we want to, any information from any particular website, we can copy the link.
Again, standard. For example, you go to Google. You have a certificate saying that it is trusted. Who specifies that certificate? You know that HTTPS has a certificate, right? Who specifies that certificate? Huh?
Very good.
Yes. That certificate is again having a validity, yes or no?
Yes.
Correct. How do you know it is standard? How do you know that tick mark comes that it is standard? For Amazon also it comes.
Because it's already gone through some procedures.
Then, and you have told that it is what is called reduces user frustration. If your browser can do that, what is your extension trying to do special?
You can clearly find out that you get it.
HTTPS can do that, right? So what is so special in yours?
We are detecting the pattern as well. But
They are not detecting patterns.
like dark patterns doesn't it?
There are certain sites also. I can give you names. You just specify the name, it will tell you whether it is invalid. Amazon comes in the third grade category. But your system says Amazon is legal. How will you classify that?
It might be the issue because our data set or it is little bit less than.
No, not only that. And you have told something about dark new concept. Could you please emphasize on that? What is the meaning of this dark new concept?
They are changing the patterns.
If they are, yes,
New
exactly.
concept means it is a new concept to us. Like most of them don't know this dark patterns. So they are
This was there long back.
most of them don't know.
This was there in the 2000s. You are born in which year?
Yeah.
Then how can you say it is new?
It's new, so but people
No, it's old. Most of them don't know this dark patterns.
These are known itself. These are known things itself. You can say that. And you have told something about simplicity. Again, what standards are you using for simplicity?
Simplicity, it's a very simple to use.
You cannot say like that. Okay, okay, that's fine. Any other things you would like to add? Because you have told you're taking it just from a CSV file. You're not using any AI tool. You're not using any no ML tools. Nothing. Okay, for Python, how are you scraping the website? You have mentioned Python. Any module you are using?
Yeah, with the library model, before so
What is that beautiful soup, right? Huh? Beautiful soups can read scripts or not? No.
it can take thing, base load. That's what we are getting.
Only paid sources. So depending only on paid sources, not the entire.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita. Today now I am here to represent our project, to introduce our project on the dark pattern that is on behalf of writing dark sheet. And the contents that are included in our project presentation is that firstly the objectives why we have created the website, and then the introduction to our project implementation, how we have implemented the results, and future scope and conclusion and documentation. And first, coming to what is dark pattern? First of all, in simple words, dark pattern is something which is a trick used by many websites or e-commerce platforms to mislead the users that the user do not want to do, but the e-commerce website are making them to do, and that is what dark pattern is. By using some deceptive tactics, they are attracting the people. It is what dark pattern is. And the objective of our website is the first we have created a website. There are three objectives from our side. And one is creating a website, and the second one is mobile app extension and desktop browser extension. But our project is still in development stage. We have successfully completed our first site of creating a website, and the main intention objective of our website is to detect the dark pattern in a website when we paste the particular website in our site, and the introduction of this dark sheet. Actually, dark sheet is is a website created by our team who are passionate about creating a safer online environment. And the main mission of our project is to empower uh, users to navigate the online landscape and with confidence. And next example for fake time detection. In this project, we are mainly focusing on how the fake false urgency is a part of dark pattern and how we can detect the false urgency. And these are all the different kinds of examples for the dark patterns: is fake progress indicators, manipulating time interval, delaying notifications and countdown timers, and false urgency. And we are mainly concentrating on the topic of false urgency in dark pattern detection. What is false urgency means? Fake time detection within the context of dark pattern involves manipulating or distorting the user's perception, that they are telling us to purchase something which we don't need actually, and this can be achieved through various design techniques that create a false sense. And these are some of the real world examples. The real world examples for the fake time detection is displaying a countdown suggesting that there is a online deals which is happening now. So you will get a flat discount, or you will get the coupons free, and misleading the users from this. And detection of dark patterns in false engine. The way how we are detecting is we have to check the consistency and verify the consistency of time-related information in gathering from many websites and the parts of application of websites, and the request at the backend and our team is detecting the to detect the dark pattern. Our team created algorithm by using Python with the different module using beautiful soups, class, and many more. And dark shade in action. In our team, Pavin and Chinmay's pattern expertise detects the real-time analysis of the website for the deceptive practices, and here we have a very user-friendly interface by which once we sign into the page, we can directly log into the main page. Then we can paste the URL and search for the dark pattern found, and it is very clear on the screen that this dark pattern is found in the particular website, and keyword is detected by collecting a number of data sets to train our model. And both sides, this is how our structure of the website is, and this is a login page. First, where we have to log in, and this is the detection section where we have to paste our website and we have to check for the data. And for the new users and all, we have the steps to be followed. These are the user guidelines how we can detect the dark patterns by using our website. And this is all about our website. And if any queries, you can contact here. And this is the at the front end. And this is the front end page of our project. Actually, this is the sign up session where you have to sign up first and then you have to log in. Once you log into the page, you will get the main page, and it is, as I said, it is very user friendly. As you sign into the page, it will automatically appear where you can paste your link which you want to detect which tag pattern is found. The link you should copy, and once when you put it on the here and click to the check button, you will get to notify that which type of tag pattern is detected in the website. And these are all the steps that has to be followed during correcting the tag pattern. And in this about section, we have the what is there in our website and all. And this is our contact us session. If there are any queries or feedback, you can contact us in this. And the user experience. When we detect or when the user is going to detect the dark pattern in using our website, and the automated alerts will generate, that user will receive an instant warning saying that by using a voice AI, we have generated a command that if there is a dark pattern found in that website, it will automatically say that there is a dark pattern found in the website, and promote inform to make the decision making and on-screen keywords. And as I told earlier, our project is still in development. We have the upcoming future keyword detection feature will empower users with knowledge about the website and benefits for the users. By using our website, Darkshield equips users with knowledge to identify the avoid deceptive practices, fostering a sense of empowerment and transparency. The upcoming feature which we have will lead to the on-screen display of dark pattern keywords. And these are all the advantages. The main advantages is our team is creating and fostering trust between the e-commerce website and the consumers platforms, encouraging the ethical practices and prevention of unintended engagements. Users are protected from the unintentional engagement with dark patterns. Consequences: absence of dark shade. If the website is not there, what will happen? The major thing is vulnerability. Without dark shade, the users are left vulnerable and to deceptive practices and risking their financial loss. They might do not get what is happening, and they simply using the protection. And uninformed choices. Users may uninformed choices fall in play, misleading the tactics and indirect. And this is a result of graph of keyword detection, and this is a precision rate of our website and recall metrics and advanced. And when the user is going to copy and check for the dark pattern, if the dark pattern is found in that link on the website, when you click here, AI voice will generate automatically saying that there is a dark pattern, and if there is a no dark pattern, this page will here a pop-up will become that no dark pattern is found, and if there is a dark pattern, an automatic pop-up will arise saying that to be alert and dark pattern is detected. And as I said, project is still in development. Our future plans are in user detection. The future will educate users about the nuances of deceptive practices, making them more discerning online consumers and enhancing the detection. The upcoming keyword detection feature will identify specific pattern keywords, further refining guardian accuracy. And our team will give a demonstration.
When we try to check popular websites like Amazon or Flipkart, I've added many IDs and did my own research and extracted the special those keywords where we can find like scarcity or false urgency like hurry, only two left in stock, something like that. I have searched when we search some when we put that particular page in that link, then when we click check, we'll get the dark pattern found that which category is there. It is found from ML. ML model will detect it, take the text from the scraping, and then it'll give the output depending on the text what it gets. Uh, it's like using a natural language processing and understanding the context and then giving the output.
I have one query.
Okay.
When you say pattern, you might have heard about regular expressions.
Regular expression.
Listen this well.
Okay, it's fine. Are you learning Python?
Just
Are you doing a web scraping?
yeah, I'm
Okay. So, what is the pattern according to you?
according to me, like right now what we are doing is like extracting a text and getting the
For example, for your case, let's say if I supply a story page, which consists of your keywords, hurry,
okay.
or urgency, left. These keywords are present in the story page. It may say that, yeah, this particular page found a dark pattern. Just a story page.
Okay. No, I'm not extracting the whole page. I'm just like,
No.
okay.
Could you show me a data sheet, please? A data set. So how vibrant is this data set?
Like 2,300.
2,300 lines. Was this given to you, or you have taken this?
I've
Or have
referred
it generated by your own?
No, not generated.
It's not generated. Referred from.
Referred from link is provided in the.
The link is given by the.
GitHub repository.
Okay, you're just taking it from the GitHub repository. So if you just see please go to the CSV file. Same file itself, it is blank. If we just look at here, they have only given certain patterns. That's what Sir specifically said there.
Okay. I got it.
So what you have told you are using any ML model to recognize patterns.
Yeah.
Could you specify what ML model are you using to recognize this pattern?
I'm using a supervised model with
Name.
logistic regression.
You are using a regression model
Yeah.
to just to say that whether this is a dark pattern or not.
With the TF-IDF vectorization, I'm creating a numerical statistics.
Okay. So you are using the regression model. That's what you have told.
Yeah.
If you are using regression models, the parameters which you have specified, F1 score, classification, and these were all for your classification models. So how can you say they are regression models? That is question number one. And only with certain ML, what you call, only by using the regression, logistic regression, whatever you use. Okay, it's not regression basic, it's a classification model itself. Okay, so if I use this particular model, is one model enough to say that this particular, what you call, data set, what you have used, has a 90% rate of accuracy? Can you emphasize on that? You have specified it, and all three parameters have come to 90%.
Yes.
What if I paraphrase this?
Paraphrase.
Paraphrase in the sense, see this, where from San Angelo, DX recently made a purchase. I made a purchase recently from San Angelo. Will it recognize?
Yeah, it will recognize because
Will it recognize?
because I'm using stop words and back of words.
Okay, so you are using certain.
Yeah.
Okay, you're using those particular things.
Yeah,
Right? Okay, fine. Good job. Since you have gone one step ahead with respect to that. You are using NLP for that. Good. You talk something about false urgency, right? You are specifically specified on false urgency. I don't see any false urgency there.
Oh, it's above. Here, scarcity. It's one of the false urgency, right? We are trying to tell that stock is very less and trying to wait this
Again, I'll come back to square one about Sir's question.
Okay.
There is extreme scarcity in our particular. There is water scarcity in my area. Is it a dark pattern? True or false? So how can you say that?
Validation.
So for example, now these particular sites, specifically Amazon and Flipkart, let me target on these sites. They have this limited time offers. Okay, this is just done to fool customers. And many of the modern games, they all do this particular process.
Yeah.
Okay, just to see to that they enhance sales, etc. Okay, now identifying them, there are certain other apps also which can identify them by looking through a wide variety of history. What are the rate drops? What are the rate increases, etc. Are you going to that? Then how can you say there's a false urgency? How can you say there's fake timers? You are only seeing the current source code. Have you gone through the entire history?
They are doing only by the content that is available at that point of time.
Exactly.
Not looking of the historical data.
Are you seeing historical data, their rates and all those things? Then where is the false urgency you're checking?
We are doing the text search and
Yeah,
comparison.
yeah.
They are scrapping.
Yeah.
They are scrapping the keywords which are present in the site and the web page and comparing with the content of the whatever the keywords you have within the package.
Yeah.
And you say that it is a
False.
It is a false.
Let me focus on that line 2353. Just have a look. It is not a dark pattern. Extremely true only for one particular site. What if this was a porn site? And it is a story specifying something about what you call some additional thing. How can you say this is not a dark pattern? You understood? Context.
Yeah.
You told you'll identify context. Is that context again? You understand my question?
Yeah, I understood. Different websites will have different contexts.
Yes.
Like,
And you told real time. Where is real time here?
no really. It's like we have to put the link, then we can check.
Then where is real time? You have specifically, I think you are the one who did the presentation.
Yeah.
You have specifically told that we are using real time basis sitting at the back end when you're doing all this stuff. Where is that?
Let me go to the content.
That
Right now,
we are going to add in the future upgrades. Like
What
extension.
future operations are going to do? Once the model is loaded, where are you going to change?
We are planning to add extension of
How?
like
For
using
browser extension, no?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying what ML model are you using. Just by using logistic regression, if you're only applying on this specifically data set, which contains only 2,300 lines, how can you say that it's really valid? So your model is good, your UI presentation skills, you lack on the technical aspects of your presentation. Okay, so those are one thing. Yeah, you have told upon saying that, yes, the last question I wanted to ask you. You told saying about your website is very user friendly. Looking at it, yes, I will not say no on that. Quantitative, or what you call qualitative. Quantitatively, what UX design practices have you used? UI or UX design practices you have used to say that your site is very user friendly? Because that is one of the parameters for you to say that what you call it is user friendly.
We have provided below these steps how we can.
That is not user friendly, right? That is documentation. That's a different part. User friendly is a different part. Documentation is a different part. Example: you buy a Android phone. Okay, and there are different user interfaces. Stock Android has some different features. This has some different features. Yes or no? Which you say is user friendly? Based on the usage, right? There are certain design practices which they follow. What design practices have you used? You just told it is very user friendly. That's it. I want to know what design practices have you used to make this site user friendly. Any answer for this?
In the front page itself, we have call to action.
What are the UI and UX approaches you have used to design, provide a user friendly?
At least you can do from the page where you extracted. Each part is that data is there. Can you emphasize on that or make a highlight or change something and show that you also show the page which you have been extracted or got and where that you have found the data. Can you identify and show to the user?
Yeah, because you have even told that also. Yes, what sir is telling. You have even told that you will show from where it is coming. I can't see anything in there in that case.
You just say that is there or not.
It is just showing. Exactly. Yeah. So see,
That is it,
when you claim something, you have to do it. Otherwise, you shouldn't claim.
So when you go to your page, especially the e-commerce page, there will be multiple items.
Yeah.
And you dark pattern what you're finding maybe for one or two items. You should not apply for all the items, right? So still I should be able to go and check the items which are not part of this.
Let me go one step ahead. Since you're what I call that, let me go one step ahead. Are you checking visual data? Images you ignore. Yes or no? Images can have a lot of scope in order to what you call developing dark patterns. I can put a video there, which your system cannot identify. Hope I'm right.
Yeah.
So see to that, next time when you develop a model, you can go for a multi-model approach. But model.
Models together.
Yeah, there are different modalities, no? Text modalities, visual modalities. Though it's difficult, I'm not saying it's easy. It's a very difficult thing.
At least you can put the constraint.
Exactly.
So that if you tell initially, you
That
won't
is
get
one.
this much of perfection.
Exactly, correct. Because you have mentioned so much things, I'm asking you to those things.
Make assumptions and clear with that. Yeah, these are the situations that we are taking up. These are the parameters that we are looking at. And based on that, what we are. There are many others. So you're not going
You have to define your
One
scope.
website you can. Only for that, if you tell what are the problems, how you can get
That would be a really big task. We not generalize. So at that time, I can't even fire questions for that. Not I.
at least one pattern as you are able to recognize.
Yes.
Whether will it be live? I mean, any e-commerce site, if I just type a URL, it will load all the.
Like
It will
particular
redirect it
product-
to a page.
Product link.
Only
What
ones
about-
are. It will just. You just said that it will identify whether dark patterns are present or not.
Yeah.
In a particular
Or it
page.
will redirect to a page itself. Or lively detect. Yeah, this if I click on a particular item,
No. No, they are looking only, they are going to the HTML of their page, whatever the content they got, text content that is there, and there they search for the pattern. And there they this page, the matching is there, the scarcity is there, they say the scarcity is there. They will not say where it is, how many times it is, what content, they don't do. They won't do that. We are not getting into deep text, no? We are not getting into deep text of the content that we are just looking for the text search.
Now, if I would like to visit to a Flipkart website, I need to go to their website and paste it.
Yes, correct,
Come back.
correct.
What do I use?
User friendliness.
User friendly. So they will be going to give a
If
browser.
I do the extension, it's good.
But I, as a user of a e-commerce site, what I expect, simply just browse. Have you heard about ad blocker? What it does in the browser?
It blocks all.
It blocks automatically, irrespective of content I access. Accessing. It blocks it.
So they may have to give a permission, then only it can.
If I start using, my e-commerce sites on the browser, either in the mobile phone or in the tab or laptop or desktop, it should automatically detect.
It's for the extension.
No,
So
I'm
for
saying,
now-
yeah, so as a user point of view, why I should go to your website and type a URL? This is my question.
Due to time constraint, we have developed this.
Okay, that is fine. That is, but when you mention user friendly, we are not supposed to go there and give the extension or give the URL and then again come back.
Because if you have told about these type of websites, there are websites from government sources which even tell that which site is proper or not proper. Out of that, Amazon and Flipkart, which you have given examples, they come in level 3 category, completely in red tone.
There's another big issue will come with this kind of device. The page that you are going and looking, it may be not what maybe it is, or in almost all e-commerce sites, it is the customized for your login. When you come and paste the link over here, it may not accept you to the link itself. It may give you a totally different kind of add-ons and ads for that particular. A page and session, because session will be, it's not for the extension for that particular tab of the browser.
Yeah. Even they also have a pattern recognition mechanism. They do have a pattern. If such kind of access are there from external entity, definitely protect it.
That's normal. Once you keep on doing it, then you'll understand.
So
The e-commerce
also,
is-
we have a detection pattern like if there is a countdown timer in the website, when we refresh that page, the countdown will begin from 15
No, I'm not talking about that. The page that you, the link that you get from your login page of that website. Say, for example, I'm going for Amazon.com. In Amazon, I'm going for it. When I log into the browser in tab of Amazon, I do a login to my account. Okay. So what I get there, and for same content when he goes to his login, maybe page may be having different types of information. So here also, one by one tab, and this is by one you link to this step. These are two different get commands for the Amazon website with the session IDs of who is accessing it. The content may be different, and probably you are showing a dark pattern in the details which are not relevant or maybe not mentioned in the page what you expect. It happen. It's just with if possible, whatever that page that you get from, so get that and display it in a browser window or browser. You have in below you add a object of a browser. Show that page also. So check that. So here, but it should be a user page. That is, you have to log into that e-commerce through your login name. And use that link, copy that link here, and see what page content are. It may not be the same. It may not be the same. You can do even with the comparison also, or you can do with the visually also having a browser object in the this particular browser and see that those two pages will be different.
But in the Facebook and we get some random ads and like so, to buy this within the time limit. When we copy that link without logging in, we can check that. Timer will be sometimes fake. For that we can use this.
Yeah, there's a time because it will kind of ad will be there. It will change with the because of time. I'm not actually about it.
But you are not
Customization of the user.
You are not going through the history also, right?
At particular
That is also
timer will
required.
be
No, sometimes the product may really might be out of this one. Understood? At that time, you are not checking that.
Yeah, so we
You are only talking about current. If that is really out of stock, it's genuine, right? You are not checking that. Not bad. Really good part on the UI part. Really good. Yeah. Apart from that, only on the technical aspect, you need to be what do you call it? Well bit. Remaining good job.
morning, everyone. So we are Team Error Warriors. We are here to present our project on dark patterns. So the content have first one is the abstract, then the readme file, prototype, and testing. So now I'll begin with the abstract. So we have chosen to solve this problem, the following problem. The first one is false urgency and scarcity. So you might have seen in websites like it shows out of stock or it shows timers. So such things can be detected. Then next one is dark pattern in user reviews. So you might have seen reviews. There will be some fake reviews in some products. Next is misleading product information. So for example, you go to a website and it's written pure cotton t-shirt. But when you receive the product, it won't be the same. Next one is the hidden cost. Hidden cost is like suppose you're buying a phone. Um, and when you're buying a phone, you get some additional options like you can add the screen guard, the case, phone case, and all such things. So we are mainly focusing on all urgency and scarcity. So we have created a prototype for the same. So our idea is to create a browser extension. It detects and it highlights those patterns. Uh, So our extension will include the following features, that is user screen focusing. So when it detects a pattern, it takes you to the site. it takes you to the product and it shows that there's a dark pattern here. Next is code sharing. So your code can be easily shared. You can share it with various users. Next, cross-platform compatibility. That is, you can use this extension on various web browsers like Chrome, Opera, Microsoft Edge, etc. Then instant feedback mechanism. So if there is any error in your code, that will be displayed immediately. So yeah, we have developed the extensions. The further next part will be explained by my teammate. Thank
Hello everyone. The dark pattern highlighter browser extension. This tool is intended to help the consumer to navigate the internet in a way similar to an ad blocker. However, the highlighter differs from the ad blocker in one crucial aspect. It does not block the individual dark patterns on the website, but it highlights them so that consumer become aware of the influence affecting them. In addition, the tool informs about the type of the pattern. So features are the automatic detection of the dark pattern on web pages, highlighting the suspicious elements with minimal impact on the web page appearance. Pop-up window providing information on detected dark patterns, including their category and an explanation. No blocking of web page content. Extend icon displaying number of detected dark patterns. Function to individual highlight each detected dark pattern. Supporting the multiple languages. Currently, there are two languages, English and German are supported. So next will be explained by Murthy.
So I will say how it will work. It visits the web page and it duplicates the web page and it injects a small script. We have used JavaScript, so we are injecting a small script to the any e-commerce website they are visiting. It copies the entire web page and after 2 seconds it waits and again copies it and search for any changes in the previous one. So that is mainly used for countdown and etc. The pattern detection method decide whether an element is dark pattern or not. The reason for creating two copies with the time gap is to detect changes. Like I said, it detects changes for countdown. The next Vignesh will say how show the prototype.
So here I'll explain about how it works. So first we have to go to Chrome and we have to type the Chrome extensions. So we get this web page and we have to enable this developer mode. Once we enable the developer mode, we can go to the load unpacked and we have to select our destination folder. Here we have to select our destination folder. So here we have done at desktop. And at error warriors. And Chrome. So here we have already selected the destination folder, so we need not to select again. So again, then after that we can go to any of our e-commerce website. So we have gone to Amazon. So here we have to click this icon. So click this icon, and you have to select the pattern highlighter. Once you click that, this page will appear, and here it shows our pattern found. It's written 12. So there are 11 countdown dark pattern and one scarcity. So if you press this icon, this shows our countdown countdown dark pattern. Here it is. So it is here it shows. Then next, here's the yeah, this is case setting. Here it is. It is highlighted over here. It shows our like the dark pattern of case setting.
All of done with the presentation? You're done with it. Okay. Do you have cross-browser compatibility here?
Yeah, so we have Chrome, Opera, Edge, and it works on that.
Okay, you're doing it on these browsers, and you're doing it. Okay, what model will you use for highlighting these patterns?
DOM.
It's not DOM. How does it check for these patterns?
We have given a pattern, like in JavaScript, we have given a function, an array.
Can you just show me that, please? The source code of your extension. Which language is this? JavaScript. JavaScript. Okay, that's okay, no problem. My question to you directly is that where have you referred this particular source code from?
Sir, we have
Is it your own?
No, sir, we have taken from GitHub.
You have
We have
taken-
edited it.
What you have edited? Could you show me the edited part at least? Because looking at the source code, it looks like it is professionally done. And you are from which semester? Third. Are you well versed with JavaScript? Okay. Okay. It looks like you are seeing the source code now. That's what I'm saying. No, the way you're searching, it looks like that.
My laptop. I think
Same code, no, same code. Code is the same, I believe.
code same, but in highlight. Mine, I can.
You can put a control F and check, right?
No, so not that.
Do they have that perspective of the person? So sometimes, not sometimes, many times in IT also, it's okay if you get a code from somewhere. But the most important is getting to 100% knowledge of that particular code. What each part does, what each call does, what each function does. Okay, when a call does it, where it will call, where is it get routed, what is its handle, what are the parameters it takes. So those knowledge has to be there. It's okay. Even in reuse is a very common term in IT.
And it is mandatory to get reused. Nothing can be done from scratch. Okay. So what you have done is really commendable compared to the other things so far. It's really commendable. But one thing I would like to add is to see to that you know what is happening around in the particular what you call code. So given to you, you have to refer certain documentations also. Okay, that might be clearly given. It's not like no. And also modifying it respectively. What I would suggest is you have only checked only for what you call those patterns which is there. Why don't you add your own pattern with respect to it? That is another part. Because I can't see any data set there. If you look at the particular what you call source directory, I can't see any data sets and all that. So from what I look like, it looks like it is what I call prefix and pre-detailed. So if it keeps on varying, if you're doing for a particular website, really well and good for e-commerce websites and all that, those things which are targeting countdowns and all, really valid. From other point of view, you have to at least have a look to see to that. Also look through the source codes. This is not the way what you call showing up directly with respect to it. Okay, so that is one thing I would suggest. And apart from that, try to embed what you call a little bit of machine learning as well as deep learning models. You can skip deep learning for the time being since you are what you call that student. At least machine learning models. You can what you call take them, you can refer those by using certain frameworks which are readily available and use them. Use a multi-barrier of what you call machine learning models. Because what you have done is really commendable. Provided specifically it is your own. Your genuinity must be there. Okay. Because see, this is why Sir rightly told there are even IT companies also do it, and it is a part. Okay, copying source code is not a big deal. Okay. But you should know what is really happening in the backend. So that is one thing which I have seen. Other than that, no.
Your own patterns. Here, you might have heard about Sir Amit's remarks. There are some patterns of the images where you can detect, you can create your own patterns for images and videos and other kind of data. Have your own data sets and then you have a right other pattern for it, but it manifests. They are saying version 2 to version 2. So they read the like browser action that all they read specify even sometimes not only reach post browser. I say it should be a mobile add-on browser. People are trying to use all the content in a mobile browser.
Yes, yes, certain question.
The next thing is coverage.
A very good morning to the respected children. I delightfully stand here to introduce my team, Team Powers, led by Mr. Sakshat Raike, and the team members are Shrikar Sinha, Pawan Naik, Kunal Kitur, and I, Srishti Arnay. So we are here for the Dark Pattern Basket Hackathon 2023. So the problem statement is to design and prototype apps or any software-based solution that can detect the use, type, and the scale for dark patterns on the e-commerce platforms. So let's see what is dark pattern. So dark patterns are nothing but the user interface that leads to unintended path that may makes a user to take actions that they are not intended for. So why are dark patterns employed in our website? Dark patterns are usually employed to benefit the website or service providers at the expense of user experience or understanding. These manipulative designs make users encouraged to do unintended purchases, signing up for services unknowingly, and make users to share their personal information that they originally intended for. Then the types of dark patterns. So the first one is misdirection. Misdirection is if user wants to go to a website for some different purpose, but the designs lead in such a way that user does not go to that particular path. So next is hidden cost. Hidden cost is like additional fees or charges are added during the transaction, and user might not know this. And this designs make it so convenient that users have to do that transaction. So next is forced continuity. Here, users face it challenging. Like once they sign up, there is no like canceling any subscription or that, and that may lead to recurring payments. So next is Roche model. Here it is like users find it easy to sign up, but canceling their or opting out of that services, it is very difficult for them or hard to find. Next is trick questions. Here, questions are framed in such a way that users tend to provide their information more, and it often leads to disclosure of their information. Next is privacy jiggering. Here, it's like users are tricked in such a way. Users provide this personal data, and they like websites do this in the form of harmless activity or in the form of fun. Next is bait and switch. Here the product and the services advertises, and that encourages user to choose that. But on closer inspection or during transaction, it's like different from that particular advertise. So next is sneak into bucket. Here extra items are added into user's cart without the user knowing about it or any about the transparent consent. So, and that leads to the increasing sales of the websites. So, purpose of extensions. So, we have come up with the browser extensions. So, the purpose of any dark pattern detection extension is to empower users by identifying and detecting the deceptive designs on that particular website, commonly known as dark patterns. So the main goal of dark pattern detection extension is user empowerment. User empowerment in the sense it empowers humans to search informatively by highlighting or detecting those dark patterns on the website. Education tool. Like this extension also serves as an education tool. Like it raises the awareness about the dark patterns for users, and it also helps users to know more about the dark pattern. Building trust. Building trust in the sense users are more likely to tend to the websites that maintain their privacy or respect their intentions. their intentions. So next, we have introduced a browser extension named Cover to detect the dark patterns on the website. So more about dark patterns like objective features and benefits, my teammate Sri Krishna will explain.
So I would like to say a few points about the overview of our model. So the extension is based upon the machine learning model, which collects passes the data from the website, passes the data from the website or web page, and then it's sent to the model, where it analyzes and processes the data, and later it flags the data. Like in our extension, we get the flag categories and the highlighted parts. So then, first after extracting, we send the data to the model through Flask API using Python. Then we use sophisticated AI models like BERT and LLM, large language modules, which we used Gemini to assist sophisticated processing. Then numerous Python libraries like scikit-learn, PyTorch, and NumPy, Pandas are used for processing of data. And the model continuously trains to real-time applications. Like the new data is collected in the database, and it keeps on getting more accurate. So then the model categorizes the data into different labels, and then it gives a accuracy score. And if the accuracy score is greater than the threshold value, it sends the category or the label with the unique ID to the extension via API. And then the extension shows the categories and labels the dark patterns. So let's see some features. It detects and flags pattern. The main motto is to detect and flagging. User feedback mechanism. This is an innovative mechanism in which after the whole process, the user gets a feedback option to verify whether it's actually a dark pattern or not. So if they submit it through large language modules like Gemini 2, it collects in the data set again, and hence improving the efficiency and accuracy. Compliance with GDPR and CCPA. GDPR and CCPAs are the two bodies which is for the data protection and privacy. So we have made a different website which gives all the laws and regulations, and customizable. We have given user the options to customize the dark patterns on their own, like high sensitivity, low sensitivity, and low risk. And it's browser friendly. It works on wide range of browsers. So now let's explore through the working of coverage. So first is text extraction. So our extension passes the website, and then by DOM manipulation using JavaScript and HTML, and then sends it through the API. Yeah, here the API, Flask API, a framework of Python, effortlessly sends the data to the model. From now, my teammate Sakshi will continue. Thank you.
Also, once the text from the web page is sent to the model through API, we first here we will first we are using BERT for BERT, that is a pre-trained model which we are utilizing for text elemental analysis. So in this after the text is sent from the extension to the model, first the data is sent in JSON format with the unique ID of the element of the page present in the HTML.
and with the text present. Also, there is a feature that is they can only select which type of which type of label classification they need to identify in their web page. So once the text data is sent to the API, the first API converts that into a it tokenizes using a word tokenizer. Later, that is created into the word model which is a pre-trained model which we have trained you with the labeled sentimental classification. Later, later, using that model, we predict what is the relevant label that falls under. So this is the same. So once our model predicts which type of DAC pattern it is, the API response is sent back to the extension, where based on that only selected selected labels which is sent to the extension. Based on that, we can further manipulate do some manipulation, like if they need it to be removed or if they need to mark it, so we can have that feature also. So using this, when the data is sent from the extension to the model, when model predicts this as a dark pattern, if the prediction score is more than some threshold value, we will store that ID in the ID and we'll send it to one more model that is LLM model that is Gemini AI. So we'll send it to there and we'll predict whether this is a dark pattern or not, because LLM models can better understand that thing. So we can send that text to the LLM model. Later, using LLM model, if that is considered as a dark pattern, we can use those texts for the later training of our model. So we can improve the data. So we can increase the data set using those texts. Also, there is a picture like the input can be feedback input can be given from user end also. If he feels like it's not type of dark pattern, so you can give feedback as no. So later we can process with different type. So this is how the model works. Also, yeah, this is how the model works. So Srishti will tell about the implementation. Also, our future plan is to use this data set which we have, the data set which we collected after the threshold values crossed and we sent to the LLM model. We will use those data set for the future purpose. Also, for our future plan is to implement the image processing also. We can, when our extension is being used, we can, from the user's consent, we can uh, capture the image of that web page and we can use that as a data asset for our image classification using deep learning. There is different framework for it, so we can use that for the later purpose. This is how model works. So Srishti will demonstrate how the extension works.
So we have provided a user guide like how to use an extension. First, you need to open the Kavach extension. Then you need to enable the developers mode. Then click on the load unpack and select the extension folder. The extension will be loaded, and then click on the extension. Pin the extension if you need it. Save it. Customize accordingly by going to the settings. Like our extension is user customizable. So, like depending on the sensitivity you require or the type of patterns you require, and you can manually click on that scan dark pattern button, or if you need to scan the whole page, you just have to click on the button. Then dark patterns will be detected on that particular web page. So, demonstration will be here.
Extension on. Actually, our this extension is an automated. Like there is no need of clicking to turn on that extension. But some web page may not support like reload the page, so we are giving a scan button also. In the settings, we can set the sensitivity level, like based on the scores which we predicted, like what is the probability of that dark pattern. Based on that score, we can only detect those which scores are more than some threshold values. There are three sensitivity level: high, low, medium, and next is which type of labels we need to operate. Like if some user doesn't need to detect some type of patterns. Like example, if he doesn't need a urgency or scarcity type of pattern, so he can turn off or turn on. Based on that, the backend works like when they select this. Separate when the request is sent with the text, a separate array is maintained where only the things which he has selected will be sent to the model using API. Only those texts will be processed and sent back. So there is we can we can increase the performance also based on that. So this is how the it's detecting the patterns here. So it's just highlighting. So we can based on users concern, we can have different types of manipulation. Like if we need to highlight or if we need to mark it, we can do it as a user framework. So this is how our extension is.
How do you take your users feedback here?
Uh, so once this
I find here that that is not a projected dark pattern. How do I specify that?
Like there will be a pop-up. Pop-up has not been implemented, but there will be a pop-up which will be redirected to our website, where the pattern which were made as a dark, which were labeled as a dark pattern. Those things will be sent there. So in the feedback section, directly the feedback section will be here like based on their they can give like there is a like a hurry limited stock available. So if he feels like yes or no, based on that he can give the feedback.
This can't be a feedback. It is a general one. So when e-commerce user hundreds of items are listed, when
Like there is a threshold value, only the value more than this can be.
what you study is when some dark pattern is identified, so that will be highlighted with the minimum changes in the website. So those are showing it, right? So when I show that, so one may not be coming to the dark pattern, but I want to say that no, this is not dark pattern. It's actually the information right over there because of your text suggestion every night. So that needs to be excluded from the dark pattern for that particular text. So I have to give a feedback to a specific label or item or the tag that you identified as a dark pattern.
Yeah, only the text which was
Here where is that?
like they can after one submission they can go for like, with some.
Those detected one on the showing here.
Yeah.
So this is basically taking the user feedback.
Yeah,
whether,
so we can include that.
we can give an
If it doesn't feel like it's a when you go to the page for an e-commerce page where you identify some dark pattern. No, can't you do the same thing?
Like there is no redirect from extension to the website. That's why. This is website.
Now this yellow highlighted are on the which we have candidate for dark pattern.
Yeah.
Kind of. Like, so if say for example, what is that the first one, $224. What is that dark pattern is? It's still
500 plus for the 500 plus for the.
So I want to give a feedback to that. Say that it's not a dark pattern. So how do I give?
Actually for now we are only giving asking the feedback for only if the LLM model only predicts it and it gives a threshold value, if the threshold value is more than
What is the threshold value?
like we can defer it. Like
What is that?
for
Yeah,
now,
yeah, this particular example.
no, we have not defined it. Like for now, we have just
0.85
For what?
out of 1.
What parameter?
based on the probability of that label.
What is the probability of that event?
That is given by the model.
So threshold value will vary or it be constant.
We can vary it based on how you
Whether in this model, whether it is being constant or
it
vary.
is 1.
That's what is the constant value sir is asking.
It's 0.8.
How do you derive it?
Like for now, just we have like how accurate our model is based on that we have given that.
Accuracy. Accuracy is a relative term.
Yeah.
Setting that value.
Like how accuracy our model is predicting something.
If accuracy is more than 90%, then your threshold value will vary.
Yeah, it does. We
Then
can vary
how
it.
does it become constant?
If in case our model is so perfect that it can predict it at all costs, then we can increase it to 0.9 and 0.95.
That manually increasing or automatically increasing?
For now it is manual. Based on how our model works. we can-
You also said there is a continuous training. The continuous training, the data set changes. And accuracy also may change because of the new data patterns and data set that has been added on. It can't be constant at particular time. And when it grows, most of the time the accuracy may come down because you add newer and newer data. How do you collect that data online? Or rather say inline data? Because something new is become. You do the training, continuous training. That's what is the feature that is immediate. Huh? So you said that there is a continuous training for the data.
Like once our data set is
Continuous training and update the data set.
yeah, based on the newly data set we can have a beta.
Who will collect that?
Like once like we have some versions of our model. So we once
You have different types of patterns. When you say that continuous training and continuously updating the data set, you have to identify that with the candidate for the dark patterns and classify them. Which are the dark patterns is going to be added. Then you have to update the data set. So what is the mechanism that you have adopted to classify? First you have to filter the data, then classify, then find the candidate for the data set, then you add it.
like LLM from the LLM accuracy we can say that LLM is
Can you show the code? Let's see again how much you understood the code. Again, it's not your code, right? Your code, complete from the scratch.
This is where we are extracting all the
Can
information.
you increase the size, not size? Still further.
We are telling like once the data set is built after the LLM is created and we are collecting those data, we have different versions of our model. We release it later. Right? Like once the data set is increased, like after collecting those new data sets, we'll have a new version with more training with more data.
Which LLM are you using?
Gemini.
Gemini. Yeah. You're using Gemini is not open source, right?
Open source.
It is open source. And which version of Gemini are you using? Talking about the current one which is there. The current Gemini is only a pro version is available. I don't think it is open source.
Yeah,
Which one you're saying? The old version, yes, not the new version. Gemini 2, I believe.
So we were using this Llama 2, but later we saved it because of a speed
Okay, you're identifying keywords or what are you trying to do?
Like we will prompt with we have set of statements like we are taking that.
Can you show that part of the code
it's in
from Gemini?
it's in
Okay. Okay. So you're using the inbuilt, you're using the pre-trained model itself. Gemini is multi-model or single model?
It's not
Okay. So you're not training anything from Gemini. Okay.
Based on that, once the text is set to the API to the model,
Okay.
it is based on some if the threshold value is more than some set
Gemini is not open source. That's what I was trying to say there. The model is not open source. You can use APIs. API is open source. Model, what is the meaning of that? I think you misunderstood the question, right? Model means what? The neural network model. You told open source, that is what I was shocked.
like actually
Okay.
but the data
Llama is open source.
yeah, Llama 2 is open.
Where you were learning it from?
I immediately installed it, but
So,
LGP. So later we
Gemini is Amit JP.
we are using
That's what.
but we can use Llama to but we are making Llama to itself, but for the presentation is to also the model works like once the text is extracted, we are using document application and text is extracted from its elements of the HTML. It was an in case we can use volume. So once the text is extracted, we have a
No, that's fine. You just take over.
like first text is extracted. Also we have like user can select which type of pattern in the like a very different we can set so you can select which type of like you can turn on programs. Also you can set the sensitivity level if we want high to medium. Once that is done, we will send the text with the link ID. Also, please include an array in that JSON parameter. That array includes the links like what is the number of that. Based on that, we send to the model. There is a model based on the probabilities which it predicted is more than some threshold values. One we have set as 1.5 to 9. If it's more than that, the ID will be stored in the link service. Later, use the response will be set in the with all the labels and prediction and the score. Later, the next part is from the API, we will send that those text, the ID text to the our this LLM model where
Which is your LLM model? Llama.
No, we were using Llama, but instead we changed it to Gemini.
Okay. So it is not your LLM. That's what you were telling. Okay, fine. Okay.
And later we'll send to that and we'll prompt it with some predefined text. We have took patterns like in Hackathon website, so they have given some rules. We have selected those itself for the prompt and we have set it and also we have prompted it like to give this output and business code how much probability this can
Yes, it was a given in the state.
So based on that, we will see the so if it's more than that, we can use that data set for the future training of a model. Also, there is a like user can give a input like there is a website where once everything is scanned, the data will give a pop-up to make user to give the feedback like this. So this is the power.
Now, if that is the case, one thing I would like to ask you is that
Not a augmented experience. It is just a generic. Others is a complex sensitive. We cannot snap it to a specific kind of item or things that you identified as a dark pattern. where you need to read that pattern in
No, sir is asking, let's say you have highlighted a particular dollar. It can be what you call, right click on this and it can be called
for that you have to give
review because it can be not. Yes, again, you can even ChatGPT also asks whether it is down or up. So you're based on that, you are giving it, I believe, correct? Yeah. Is that the one?
Yeah, once we give this feedback, this will be showing another data feedback. Later we can compare between two and make a prediction which you can.
Retraining or the retraining. So as a reinforcement. Okay.
So how dynamically you are creating the original page that you are again copying that and adding it to the file zeros for the page that particular gets selected. So how do you do that? How do you manage that? Can you show that code?
Like how that is selected.
Yeah, selected, highlighted, and shown. How do you get the inputs to that particular page modification?
So we will
So that indexing that you do when you are converting the page to the from JSON to the page.
Why don't you use beautiful soup for this? We get the entire thing, right? Spanning tags, everything you get.
they are already in that website and have all the information that it is. So if we it will take more. Okay, we already have all the.
So you want to make it optimized enough just to avoid time compression.
For everywhere we are taking it.
So you're not fine tuning Gemini. That's what I was asking. Yeah, but I was okay, no problem. There's nothing wrong there. So have you gone for even visual also on text? Data point, because Gemini is multi-model, right?
Actually, we are data but this presentation is
like run all those APIs, and I think there's API limit for the exam. Oh yeah, I'm calling the Gemini API. How much do I need? Anyhow, good job.
also like for the image classification we translate
You can use classification here, but you can't use classification. You have to use either OCR or you have to use image caption. Classification won't be a proper but you use image text pairs or maybe OCR or all these things. But if you use image classification, it will not be a bad. Oh, exactly. So just by taking an image, if I'm holding a model, it may be what you call it may be considered as a valid, but only if the portal is hidden. That is what they're doing nowadays in alcohol ads. If they're showing it what you call saying this advert, so that is legal according to the rules. That is again a DAC pattern only, right? Yes, sir. Respect you can't. That is only classification. Again, that's what I told you, the portal thing. You are doing it. That's very difficult. You have to use image captioning. GAN will be a more approachable option. Generative adversarial. It will convert image to text. DALI is there. DALI is Ulta. So you can use again a conditional GAN there. You can use it and convert back the image to text, and then you can use what you call your. So anyhow, see because since you're using APIs, well, it's semester. Not a bad thing. You can check for what you call more instead of only using APIs. Why don't you fine tune your use Gemini use your own fine tuning there so that you can I know there were a lot of constraints because what was the model? Which model you downloaded from Amazon? 7 billion parameters. How much GB is that? 10 GB. That is very heavy. I know. Obviously, performance issues could be there. I think that is a low-end model which you downloaded, right? Medium end. Yeah, the best one. Because there are models with 25, 30, 70 GB. So that's what. Fine, no issue. It's really good. Good. But yeah, next time what you can do is that you can end up and you can what you call find it. Even that also might be a better option. Use APIs there on the Gemini. Then from there you can use and do such fine tuning on your Llama or on that also maybe using what you call neural networks fighting the regions. Yes. You can try that. Or you can use Gemini's multimodal approach also to get next in the image. Yeah. That is also a better option. Yeah, good job. Yeah. It's a trend nowadays. Why not? Did they mention anything? Not able to generate this. Yeah. I think Gemini is not allowed. Yeah. Commercial, GPT-4 is not allowed. 3.5 is not allowed. GPT-2 and 1 is also allowed. But GPT doesn't have that multi-model, except GPT-4. Embedded with that. Good job.
Okay, we'll evaluate one more team, then we'll take a break for that. Next team is keyboard questions.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, we are the team Keyboard Freshers. I am Anand. The team consists of Gautam, Arpaz, Daud, and Prabhu. So, this is our agenda. So, you all know the problem statement. It is to develop a solution to identify dark patterns in a website using advanced pattern recognition algorithms. It should be precise and secure. Yeah. You all know what a dark pattern is. Dark pattern is a design element in a website which is intentionally manipulative to get you to do something that you would not have normally done. Yeah. These are the places where dark patterns are used. It's basically used to increase conversions, engagement, or revenue for the website. Or they can also be used to exploit our cognitive bias to get the profits and revenue for the website. Yeah. Common examples are hidden costs. So basically, there are some websites which advertise products for a small amount, but when you actually visit the website, the cost is actually very high. And some countdown timers. So suddenly they pop up on some websites to give you a sense of urgency, so that you make hasty decisions and profit the website. After that, there are forced choices. Like in some websites, if you want to download something, you have to give a survey that they won't say it initially, but once when you go, then you'll have to do something in order to download stuff. So after that, sneaky buttons. In some websites, there are content that like buttons, like cancel buttons, which are actually hidden. But once you press it, it will redirect to some other website that can potentially download malware and stuff. Yeah, so these are the consequences of dark patterns. First is financial. You can hear this in the news where people lose a lot of money to such patterns and all. After that is privacy. You can unknowingly share your data by falling victim to a dark pattern. And other is usually emotional, such as frustration, confusion, and negative experiences. Yeah, so the next part will be handled by Gautam.
Yeah, so this is the basic working of the model. Yeah. So first is training the model. So for training the model, we created a user-defined function called as train model that takes in required configuration data and the data set to train the model. The model we are using over here is Llama 2, 7 billion parameters. And the training of the result, the notebook displays the training result including the global step that is just training loss and other required metrics to track the performance of it. And for saving the model, we use the save pre-trained method that is provided. To load the model configuration, it is loaded from the specific pre-trained model that is on the Hugging Face Hub, that is loaded along with the configuration data that we have, along with the data set that we have prepared. Then for fine-tuning the model, the data set that we have prepared is the basis of prompt. So first we have so we have taken some sample HTML pages with dark patterns. First, with the way we have prepared the data set is first we have mentioned the HTML page that will be extracted. Then we have mentioned specific HTML elements that have to be injected. Then we have mentioned the HTML pages with the borders injected and dark pattern specified. So we have labeled it and inserted it. So this each prompt we have created this three section pages. One is the div that has to be inserted. One is the HTML raw HTML page with no dark patterns highlighted, but the dark patterns are present. Then it is the final HTML data with the div inserted and dark patterns highlighted. So that's how the model is fine-tuned. Then our working is server-side detection. So it's a browser extension, and the HTML data that has been rendered on the client side is sent to the server. So any HTML so instead of scraping the web, a lot of HTML elements will be hidden. So in this approach, when the HTML elements are rendered on the client side, the HTML elements that are rendered on the client side is sent to the server. And we track for changes. So if there is some data that is dynamically rendered and there's changes in HTML documents, we will again send it back to the server for detection. So the detection happens server side and communication of the browser plugin. So the Llama 2 model then detects all of the dark patterns that is present. And instead of re-rendering and sending the whole HTML element, we just send the IDs of the elements. The model just returns the IDs of the elements, and those IDs are then rendered on the client side. Then the JavaScript code that is present on the client side would add those red border style only to those HTML elements that is provided. So instead of rendering the whole page again on the server side and sending it, which might cause bad user experience if they're entering some sort of data. And the dark patterns that are highlighted, if that whole code comes in and we have to replace it, it would cause a full page reload, which would be a bad user experience. Instead, we would just instead of just injecting the HTML code directly, we would just change the styling of it using JavaScript, using DOM manipulation techniques, which wouldn't cause page re-render. The page re-rendering becomes an issue because if some sort of data is dynamically re-rendered, the whole code has to be sent again and then and then the patterns have to be detected. So every time a data is dynamically rendered, it might cause a page default. So just to avoid that thing, we're just returning the IDs and then manipulating the styling of this. So client-side plugin action, the browser plugin, which is developed obviously in JavaScript, so it receives the information about the element from the server, and it just enters the styling of it. So the whole page isn't re-rendered. The main issue which comes with detection of like dark patterns in dynamic data is page re-rendering. So that is sorted over. So this approach has several advantages. One is reduced latency, since all of the main detection math happens on the server side. So there is no much load on the client side. And it doesn't need to render the whole page again and send the whole HTML document again. It just has to send the IDs of the HTML elements where the dark pattern is present, and uh, stylings can be applied on the client side itself. So the latency is reduced over there. Then selective modification. Since only the elements in which dark patterns are present is being returned by the model, the whole website can be selectively modified. Thus, again, like tackling the cause of re-rendering. Then browser independence. Since it's like a browser plugin, cross compatibility of browser is necessary. And the logic applies completely because the detection happens on the server side. So browser compatibility won't be a huge issue. It is easier to check for browser compatibility, since all the plugin necessarily does is it changes the styling and sends data to the on the server. So there's some considerations that have to be taken with this approach is plugin installation. So users have to install this plugin in order for it to work. Then plugin compatibility is although not that huge of an issue, because again the detection happens on the server side. So all the plugin compatibility that we have to be worried about is sending the data to the server side and then injecting that CSS so that we can highlight the dark pattern. Then user awareness. So instead of necessarily blocking the dark pattern, we'll just highlight it by inserting required CSS, for example, the red box, for example, and which would create more user awareness of some sort of dark pattern. Now, if there is some dark pattern that isn't being highlighted by the model, so creating this user awareness is really useful, because then user can provide feedback so that there is some like accuracy errors in the model, and that can be rectified. So that is one of the advantages of, instead of blocking the dark pattern, it's just highlighting it and making the users aware. So in conclusion, dark pattern is mainly used a lot in e-commerce websites, and it can influence us and trick us into taking decisions that we might not want to take, but and which would benefit the owner of the website. So to tackle this, we can just use machine learning models and necessarily LLMs, because it can be aware of the context of the website. So with the context, with taking the context in the mind and the text that is inserted. So even by paraphrasing the text, it can necessarily detect this sort of a text belong to such websites. So having that context in mind can be really useful. So that is one of the huge advantages of using LLMs for this.
Are you using LLMs for your
Yes.
Which one?
Llama, the 7 billion.
Llama. 7 billion parameters. What is the size of it?
Around 5 gigs. Yeah.
They have a demonstration.
Yeah, because of the performance issues, we couldn't get the prototype ready. Like we have all of the code that we are prompting it, but there are some performance issues. So we did that.
When you say about performance issues, what are those you are facing?
No, by the training, like you're training the model, we're getting the output. We're just not running it on servers. We're running it on Google for that. So it's just a limitation of the resources that is. But for the application, we'll be deploying it on the server anyway. So the detection of that happens.
Which server? What is the server you are planning to deploy? Does your college provide that service, or
no? It's like a paper space.
Okay.
From digital mission. So we're thinking of
okay.
But for training purposes, we thought since the data set is not going to be that large for for just prototyping, we did it on Google for that, but it is taking way longer than
obviously.
Yeah.
5 gigs is not a small. Okay, fine. Are you going for only certain modal, or you're going for other modalities also? Vision.
Yeah, we are going for a multimodal approach. So right now we are taking HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then we are processing that. So advantage of using LLM is obviously we'll get the context data, but
What about image?
yeah, visual context also will be really helpful. So we are planning for that in the future. Once we get this implemented, then we'll also prompt it with images, snapshots of the current page that has been rendered on the images.
Okay. And which website you are taking it for flagging dark patterns currently? You are taking all websites or which current websites are you targeting?
Since it's an LLM, it can necessarily detect what websites that are there. Now, Llama to even based on code, it has been trained on other natural languages too. So it can, by the title that is mentioned in the website and some sort of description in the about us page, it can necessarily identify what website that is, and based on that context, it can flag a particular text whether that can be a dark pattern or not. Because some text might not belong in some website.
Okay.
For hurry up, some sort of like a hurry up text that might belong in a website, for example, a Reddit post.
Yes.
So that shouldn't be flagged as dark pattern. But on an e-commerce website, that doesn't necessarily belong. So that context can be like a large language model can be really useful.
Okay. Fine. So are you checking for website flags also, or you're only checking for flags based on what you are getting? Because one of the constraints what they are asking for is I'm going to tell about the reliability of the detection, as well as they're asking for data protection standards. Are you specifying on those also? Because there are certain standards which come under data. For example, Amazon comes in level 3. I think you check out what you call the sites. So are you even checking for that, or you're not checking for that?
As a general rule of thumb, even browser extension that we're creating, the extension is going to be open source. So since the user is going to be aware of the data being sent to the model and the data being received by the model, that is the IDs of the divs, and data that is being sent is the whole HTML page. So that will be done by the extension, it's written in JavaScript. So that can be open source. So there is some sort of transparency. The main
No,
model.
I'm not talking about the biasment in the codes and all. Because any open source code also can be biased by companies. For example, OpenAI is doing that also. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about your data protection standards which have been achieved. You haven't thought about that. That is one thing you must focus on. The second thing is cross-browser, which you have done. Yes, okay, fine. The accuracy and reliability. This is what I need to focus much on, because have you heard of generalization in AI? What does that mean?
Necessarily to put in words, it's like based on certain criteria that
Criteria which is not specified by the model.
Yeah.
Okay, that is called as AI generalization. It's a very what you call new term that is being come up. If you want to say it practically, it is just 15 to 20 days old. Okay. So on this particular topic, how do you say that your this one is working on? That you need to check it again. Because generalization is some terms where your data set does not specify those needs, and whatever it is, it's completely new term. Can your AI flag it as a dark pattern?
I can't flag it, but it can necessarily detect it. It can't classify it. So there is manual intervention required, and we need to update it.
Exactly. So are you doing a reinforced basement model, or you're just doing a pre-trained what you call classifier with this?
In future, we are going with reinforcement based.
Okay, how are you planning to do that?
For example, if you are targeting an e-commerce site, so we can find a use pattern in an e-commerce site of how this site should be. If there is some sort of difference in a particular e-commerce site that model identifies is a little bit different, so that can be flagged for Google. And based on that, we can even identify newer dark patterns that are emerging. And then we can update the model.
Your model is not pre-trained. But you told Llama is pre-trained.
No, it is pre-trained model.
Then what is the reinforcement?
We aren't implementing complete reinforcement. We are just implementing the detection.
How?
Because
are you using your own model there apart from Llama?
No, we are. We are just fine-tuning it.
Then it's again pre-trained, I believe, right?
Yeah, it is pre-trained.
You can say that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Okay, I mean, be here by 1:40. Okay. Okay, start, sir.
Okay, next team is Lost Geeks.
So, very good afternoon to all the respected jury members and one and all present here. So, the team Lost Geeks, are here to present Dark Circle, the Dark Pattern Hunter. So, basically, giving a brief introduction of what Dark Pattern is. So, dark Pattern, as the name itself says, it is a basic user interface which manipulates the user to redirect, which manipulates him to redirect to the other site. Like for example, we go to Amazon.com. There will be some of the other link which directly manipulates the user, which tends him to go to the other website, which is a beneficial for the owner. I mean the website owner. So for giving a few examples for dark pattern, they include hidden cost, then continuity, which directly adds a subscription, so and so. So our team, I'll introduce you. We have Venkatesh, who is going to lead the tech. Then Karthik, who is going to explain the PPT, and Mahesh and Tilak. So over to Karthik.
Okay, since my friend has given a brief introduction, I'll be just going on with what is dark pattern and what we are doing. So as we know that today's internet is widely plagued by dark patterns, so people usually fall victim to it. Like there are fake timers or something which takes some links which guide us to unwanted site. So next slide, please. So we are introducing our dark pattern detector, which we will try to sort many of these what I discussed earlier. Next slide. So there are mainly two classification of our model. So first is it acts as a web detective. So detective's work is he goes to the crime scene, he investigates and detects what is wrong. So as it says, it scans the sites for hidden traps, or it not only just scans, it identifies flake counters or timers, and it exactly shows what is wrong with the website. So second motive is, so it not only acts as a detector, but it also helps a user to convey his words. Like you can just flag certain sites. So if I'm flagging a certain site and he's also going through it, it shows that the site is already being marked as dark. So you can also contribute to a community where people will wholeheartedly contribute as flaggings. Next. So abstract. Mm, so there are not only just the fake leadings, but also they track our money. Like you may be knowing if you are going to buy a new phone, and if you just watch an ad, you'll be having the same insights. So if you just go for a phone below 30,000, it shows you like there are much more phones above 60,000, so you can invest for betterment. So these kinds of the things we'll consider in next. So our tools, we have classified mainly 5 tools. First is website detective. As we said, it detects the sneaky hidden traps. Second one is detailed insight. So it learns about the traps, like what it is, how we can counter it. So third, easy reporting. So as I said, you can easily flag it. So you can not only just see what is wrong, but also you can say, okay, this website is marked as scam. So next person who may fall into trap is cautioned in the first place. So community strength. So as I said that apart from developers community, we can also have a user community where people can share their views. Like if this is a website, yeah, okay, I had been scammed by this way. So you can just avoid it by doing these things. Or if you are already being scammed, what are the things that you can take? Next, user benefits. So overall, by ensuring these methods, we can give online support if there is a beginner, he is a small, like he's a kid who is new to these things, he can be saved from these tools. So what are the facilities it provides? As I said, it is sneak-free surfing. So if you have enabled, you may be knowing about parent control. So many of the elders use parent control for their children. So they can just monitorize or see what their children are undergoing. Next, fair play. So this allows the user to have a transparent medium. So everything will be visible if it is very cautious or it is not. Next is trustworthy. As you may be knowing, if you provide these many things, the clients will usually have trust on our websites. So introduction. First, shining a light on dark patterns. As we said, that the main motive of our dark pattern server is we just want to identify what is wrong with the website. Building a community, as we said, that we may have a better community of all the users. So to share their motives. Next. Serve the website with confidence. So when people have certain confidence over the website what we have created, they may be having they may feel like less risk free, or they may have a sign of confidence while going through certain websites. You may be knowing there are certain I don't want to mention the name, but there are certain e-commerce websites where they scam people a lot. So if you are using this kind of thing, you will be well aware with those things that you will not fall into those traps. Restore trust in the internet. So internet is used by majority everyone right now. So having their trust is the main cause for everything. So if you are having certain things that can ensure you that you are safe, you will win their trust. Make the website a brighter place. So including these things makes a person hassle free. So it will just contribute something to the building of this thing. So it will be continued by Venkatesh.
So our extension contains of two features. That is, one is the flagging, and then it displays on the website itself by creating a division that whether the website contains a dark pattern or not in terms of zeros and ones. Specified that zero is not a dark pattern which is detected, and one is a dark pattern. The other feature is the flagging option, where like we have to specify the URL of the website and just click on the check whether it contains a dark pattern or not. When we click that, there are certain number of dark patterns we have specified, and many more we can specify in the upcoming days. There may be a number of any other type of dark pattern may generate or come into picture. So we can update that. On basis of that, it takes all the data from the site and checks for each word, and not each word, basically a sentence, and detects that whether there is a dark pattern or any trapping, what do you say, gaining the trust of the consumer and getting them buy their products or something like that, and detect what is the dark pattern, whether it is a disguised ad. For example, disguised ad maybe in the sense, for example, if we go to any movie website to download any movie, so
most of the movie websites are like on the title or the like whole page. For us, it will be a visual like it is a, for example, if you go to the sdmovies.com, so there it is like a whole movie site is there. But upon that, there is a one layer of another ad where we click on just go to that title. Well, like if we click on like for example, I want to download Hanuman movie. So if we click, but it will be redirected to someone like the other side. So we will flag that. And others is like the pop-up ads where usually this antivirus pop-up ads will come. If we click that, it will be directed to some other site, and the pop-up ad will be not there. So basically, these two are the our features. And what we are trying to scale, like for our future planning, like what I said, like we have to specify an URL and it will give the output. That is what type of dark pattern is detected. On basis of that, we can create a whole database. Like in the sense, like what is the URL, what is the flag generator, like what is the dark pattern. On basis of that, if we like for example, what we did is search and to us implement. It was like create an Excel sheet where it contains the whole source code that URL is specified and the flag. On basis of that, if we create a with the like uh, if we host that website and other people access it to check whether there is a dark pattern or not, simultaneously the data set will be generated. And it is very easy for us to flag and to detect whether a dark pattern is there and consider for the other people's also. And we can train the other models and detect whether the dark pattern is there or not. So like now we want to show the demo of the extension we have created.
Text-based data
So this is the extension we have created where we have analyze site and a flag site. And to know more about the dark pattern, that is it redirects us to the darkpattern.org site, where all the information about the dark pattern is being displayed. So when we click on this analyze site, we have generated a like we have trained a model using Bird, and using that, it's like we have trained a data set on like the statements usually occur as a dark pattern. Using that, we are detecting the sentences and the word and flag it as like 0 or 1 pattern, where 0 pattern represents the no, it is not a dark pattern, and 1 represents the pattern. And one more thing we want to implement but could not implement is that along with that 1 pattern, we want to display that which type of dark pattern is being expressed in the website. And yeah, that's all in this feature. And another is like flag set. In FlagSet, we have used generative AI to use implement this model. So we have to specify the website URL, and here they detect that whether that is what type of dark pattern is being generated. And click on classify dark pattern. So here the dark pattern, like what we have got as that is a hidden cost. Explanation. So this is the explanation that we have got from the generative AI. That is the website asks visitors to enter their email address and announcing that they can receive a full refund if they watch a video, something like that. Basically, it doesn't happen with the like well-educated people, but some of the like not educated people, like for example, in very backward places of India, remote places of India, there may be like because of all this advancement in the technology, like everyone has no smartphone. So like what they may feel like if I watch this video, like I may get this amount of money. So like they gain trust of the users and trap them and get, like take away the money, but they do not return or something like that. And other is the same thing like whole explanation we are providing. Next slide. So in this the Ravi Circle website, it contains three type of dark patterns. That is, one is bait and switch, hidden cost, and forced continuity. What it means is like hidden cost is when they for example in the TV ads they will show that if you register you will get this amount of money, and in the what we say, eager of getting earning getting the money, people just sign up and use that application. Based on that application, some other there may be some other subscriptions or something like that. Like the user may not know that that type of one dark pattern is being detected. Other is forced continuity. For example, if there is a pop-up, not a pop-up in the their website like game only, for example, there will be after some the game is being played, there will be an ad. Right? So that ad is not, we cannot exit that ad, but it allows it forces that user to go through that ad and visit that ad, and it tempts the user to buy that thing or subscribe to that thing. That's all about the work.
I have certain questions regarding what you have told. You told that you are doing flagging with respect to it.
Yeah.
So flagging can be biased also, right? So can I put a bot and make a flag saying that the website is genuine or not?
Yeah.
That is one thing. Okay. So not an issue. Just giving you certain scope for where you can improve it. You told about user benefits as a tool. Can user benefits be a tool?
User benefit may not be a tool, but it may be a what we say
Feature.
feature.
You have mentioned that in tools specifically.
Yeah.
That is the wrong term. Feature. Again, community. Again, you told what if it is biased. You told restores trust in the internet. That part I did not understand at all.
So certainly you may be thinking that parents will of course come through these kind of things. And if they're nowadays we must parents are at a situation that they must provide their phones to their children. There is a kind of what they say the majburi. So when they go through these things, they'll be worried like, what if my child clicks this thing?
That is the non-educated parent. The educated parent will not bother much about it. So the statement which you have used, I'm focusing on, restores trust in the internet. Now what you are saying is restores trust on apps. You got my point. So restores trust in the internet. The internet is completely different. What you're experiencing on the internet is just 20%. Remaining 80% is the dark web or the dark net. Yes or no? So restore trust in the internet is not a proper term to be used. Hope I'm right here.
Yes.
Yeah. That is one thing, because there's no justice to that term what you have doing. Then methodology you have explained. The term itself you have used is wrong there. You can go to your slide and get to know. What is the meaning of methodology? How you are going to do it, right? That is not mentioned at all. Okay, so that is one flaw which I have seen.
Stages.
Yeah, you should mention the stages, you should mention all those things. And you have done those classifications using generative AI.
Yeah.
Okay, so which tool, what framework, etc. That is not mentioned. What generative AI, which model you have used?
Gemini.
You are using Gemini.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
fine.
we use the Langchain for whether Langchain is what we say replacement for us. It's very difficult to analyze whole how a model works and write end up for 100 lines of code. So it is a framework where we call that function like a library. So it will be a very useful.
Langchain does that particular term. So that you should have mentioned in a methodology. You have not mentioned that. See, you are mentioning the features there. You user website detector. Those are not a methodology. Those are the features which are on. Okay, so that is one thing you should focus on. The rest is yes, you have classification. On the other, to those parts, yes, really good. You have done user interface, really brilliant. But yeah, you focus on certain stuff which is what you call prevention. You have told about flagging. You have told about this one. There is no support for the user to flag it. And you told that where is your data getting from? You told some .org site.
No, that is they can flag it there. So I said learn about that other end. That on the version.
So you're not taking data from that. No, sorry, that pattern. You're not taking. So you have your own data set.
Yes.
And
It's basically just to educate the user.
Educate the user about the dark side.
now this data set is from where actually? Where
When we scraped the websites and when in terms of how to say on the based on the wordings, we have scraped the data.
then why is Gemini required?
No, Gemini, for example, Gemini we have used in that to flag the sets. What are the dark patterns? In that what data set we have used is to show that in the website for the first one to analyze the set, I have showed that 0 pattern and 1 pattern. For that we have used.
Okay, that is one thing. Second thing, what about white flagging sites? That you have not mentioned. I hope you know what's meaning of white flag. White flag is something is genuine. For example, I'm using Canberra Bank. Site is genuine. I don't feel it is something not authentic. Okay. Now, there is one more thing since I have mentioned about bias. For example, the movie site which you told. I will go. I'm an educated user. Now I'll just tell you where biasing happens. This is where AI usually fails also. Okay. So I will tell that this is good because I like that site. I'm an educated person. You, for example, are not an educated person. Just let's assume like that. So you will say the site is not good. Sorry, you will say the site is good.
Yeah, but you will say that it is not good.
What will the AI do now at that time?
It will.
As we said that there are certain kinds of flags they must implement this. So if a person finds that bait switch, so he will flag it as it has a bait in this thing at certain point.
Okay.
And someone may have that fake links. If you press on the download link, it will redirect you to an ad, or it will let you to Google Play where you must download.
But ads are also a revenue, right?
Yeah, but there in ads there will be a certain part that it will show us that sponsored. Below the ad, along with that. For example, if we go to any Google website, it will show that by Google. And if we cancel, it will show why you are not willing to watch the ad. And another thing, what you said, I would like to add a point to it. So he said that if we click a button, so it will be redirected to other side. So what we are planning to implement in the future is that, based on the domain thing, we are matching the domain. So for example, if we go to a Netflix.com and we want to watch a movie, so if we click on watch a movie, and for example we click on any movie, so it will be given as a branch to that Netflix.com, and then the movie name will come. On the other hand, it will be the domain will be totally different, and it will look similar to the Netflix.com, but the wordings or the commas or space will dots and other domains will be different. Based on the domains thing, we are classifying and blocking that. So that is our future.
And where do you get this classification from this data set?
Yes.
And this is given by the dark patterns.
No, script and flag.
You have done this manually.
Yeah.
This is done manually. How much data is there in this?
Not using Python we are doing.
Okay. So you have done this on your own.
Yeah.
So it's presenting because you are presenting this to an evaluation team, not to the customers. So that you have to keep it in mind.
Yeah,
So because we did a presentation to almost more than 10 minutes to thing, we keep on specifying about the features of that. But when you're giving it to evaluation team, they are not interested in any of that. Your patient into this. What is that methodology? It's not a methodology, it's the stages in your part. So technical aspects of your implementation has to be, it's there for everybody. I wanted to tell in the beginning, then I thought I'll tell it in the end. But your presentation had that content more than the technical. Finally, unless the question answer session takes speed, then your abilities are not evaluated at all. So giving the details which is irrelevant to the juries should not be proposed. So they are not interested about all those terminology that you are defining. There you know. When you come here, you know it. So how you address that? That is what is required. So you need to mention, say, what are the dark patterns that you have identified? What is the methodology? What are the data sets? Because none of the presenters till now has mentioned what are the data sets they have used, which are the technical sources they have referred. So how it has been implemented, what kind of framework that has been used. So what is the analysis that you have done? Is it the first thing that you have done, or is a solution that you have taken after a failure of something else? No, most important is those things. So how you have gone through the debugging part and implementation parts. So evaluation of at the end probably will be based on those aspects than understanding of the concept. You have come there with optional, so don't spend time on non-technical aspects. It is relevant. It should be limited only to 2 to 3 minutes, starting from your session to this session. All the three has to be within 2 to 3 minutes. What is more has to be there in the technical part. And having some a flow chart or flow diagram or an block diagram specifying that what is the sequencing of, not just the topic telling to them, so teach it for everyone. So, those are very much important.
Add that, it goes to
Because otherwise what will happen to the juries is they have to dig with you that what you have done, how you have done.
What is going on, how they are.
Yeah.
So
more important.
there is a block diagram, it will be, is it like a visual representation?
So your work, where is the reference? Reference. That is more important.
This will be helpful to your future also. Because you are an engineer, not a marketer.
So, it should be picture.
On a marketing aspect, I won't complain. On the engineering aspect, it's lacking a lot of technical.
Because when you show that, like one example that I showed, so again the same thing what you asked to other teams also, where it is been in the page is been addressed. Okay, what you are going to do with that? So those are not, because somewhere we should have an idea that this particular work is your own work or got from somebody else. So because these sources are available out there a lot in thing. So it's good that it is okay that you can download and use it, but you have to have the proper understanding of that, and you should be able to pinpoint. Okay, this particular feature, this particular function is been doing this, okay, and that you have to demonstrate. When you do the presentation also, it is not just running through your app. It should be a walk through your technical process. Technical process. When you said this particular. So, say for example, you are flagging from that particular page, you took to the flag. So you click in that particular page, take to your site where you have to pass. You have again time to copy paste here. Why can't you push that URL there?
You have written flags, right? Directly you're going to take the data and automatically flag it. Why you have to click the button? But just an enhancement in the feature. I am not saying that it is bad.
But and again, one more thing that you have flagged 74 dark patterns. So can you show that what are those 74 are? 74, say by categorizing. So what is that category? Make it put a category. So then since you are flagging, can I give get an option to tick? Okay, these are the ones are right. These are the things are wrong.
A feedback approach.
Yeah.
Which also can be taken, because since you have mentioned that in your feature, you have not what you call
What we like you said, like we understood that like we are showing like zeros and ones, but what type of dark pattern is not being shown? While developing, like we plan to show that, but we were getting error of undefined. So like for time constraint, we limited that.
So undefined, what you can give is just a pattern which is what you call
identify like what type of pattern. Like
got
there
it.
will be different type of
No, I understood. So with this unidentified pattern, it could be different class itself. Saying that unrecognized what you call pattern, and then you can give an option to say to the user, so what type of pattern? So you get more reinforcement then. Even your what you call model which you're building can have another classification. Then you can update your model correspondingly. Right? This is what you can enhance with your AI.
But can you deal with that? So when you said pattern, you could not able to identify. But do you know which that pattern it is? That within that pattern, but you put also there zeros. Yeah. No, not zero pattern. I'm talking about the blue highlighted ones.
Yeah, zero pattern and one pattern.
One pattern.
Zero pattern is not a
Not
dark
one.
pattern.
Yeah,
One pattern is a dark pattern.
Yeah, what is the dark pattern? Which classification of that? What is the category of that?
It's like there is 2023 full movies free high speed downloads and something like that. So something like if we click that, it will be redirected to another website.
Okay. So that link to that is a non-domain link,
Yeah,
non-domain. But it could be
like it will be displayed right here. For example, the movie site is stmoviepoints.fo, and if you hover on this website, so here is the total different link, which is like acting like a transparent screen upon the website. So its domain is totally different, and it's like transparent to us. And if we click only at that time, it will redirect it. And if we come back, also it will be there for some time. And we have to click for 2 to 3 times, then cancel that website and come back. At that time, the user may be trapped in that their website. And what we are trying to do in the future aspect is based on the domain thing, we try to block the whole what kind of ad blocker thing. So we can block the transparent what ad is being displayed.
So sometimes it may happen that it may be website may be having a counter on it. Have you opened that page up? You're not able to permit to continue with that.
Yeah. Like some type of sign in login or
No, not login. That page has to need to open. So a closure of that page will get you back to this particular page. It will say that this has been done. A simple script they will put that, get that. Yeah. Will open up.
Yeah. Give one feature in one application, give it as a feature. So what we are telling is using this, we'll get the what is the dark pattern identified and what is the data on which it is one thing. So we would like to generate a whole data set and trace that model is used to plan and detect and display the what dark pattern. So based on that data set, we are trying to.
Right. Now the original page, maybe a pop-up window. Show the tag. The user should be able to compare. That will be a good one. And if possible, have a hovering feature. When it takes to that, have a highlight. When you hovering, you should be able to tell, yeah, what that will be added back.
Technical aspect, not education.
Good afternoon, everyone. We the team Shinders. Hi Rakshita, with my teammates Sanjana and Trisha. Like our solution for this dark pattern is like a Chrome extension, like a browser extension, wherein this browser extension it detects the dark patterns and it provides the visual cues of the patterns which is present. So we have right now we have a two right now we have a two solutions for that dark pattern. First one is the initial level protection. So before we enter into any website, we have to make sure that the website is a secure one. So the first step is it tells whether the URL which we are entering is secure or not. So we can also tell that there is Google and the Firefox, they have their own security. Like they tell whether the URL is secure or not. But even though when we come like extend our extension to the mobile phones and all, it doesn't show. Like Firefox will show, but
Let me
the
just interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. Google and Firefox doesn't do that. They have the certificate which is given by the certification authority. Google and Firefox doesn't do that.
so like they just mention whether the URL is secure or not. Like when
That is not done by Google or Firefox. That is done by the certification authority, given by the certification authority.
when we browse any URL, like whether the URL is secure or not, it specify in the main search bar column. So what if in case when we are opening our extension in a mobile phone? So if we take an example of a Chrome extension, then we won't get we won't be notified whether the extension is secure and whether the URL which we are using is secure or not. So the mainly for that the initial level protection we have used, and the second one is closing the interrupting pop-up. So when we are just browsing any website, suddenly any pop-ups come, it will be an interrupt for a user. So the user might not be intended to go through the pop-up. So there is also some pop-up which will redirect to any other website. So to avoid that, we have created a pop-up blocker wherein user can manually block the pop-up. So so it doesn't lead to entering into any other third party websites. So next will be continued. Okay, this is the just overview. So first is checking whether the URL is secure or not. So initially, like we gave a URL, after when detecting it, it will give whether whether it contains any deceptivity, whether it is secure or not. It notify us. And next one is and pop-up
What
blocker.
are the parameters that
If
you
any
secure or not? What are the things that you look for that URL safe?
So as of now, we use just HTTP and HTTPS this is the pop-up blocker. So initially, when the pop-up comes, the user doesn't want actually to go through that. So some of the pop-ups it may redirect to other website. So to avoid that, the user can click on the pop-up blocker button which is given, and the pop-up will be disabled. So next.
Afternoon, everyone. The features of our browser extensions are not just limited to the two currently working prototypes. We are also working on, two currently working features. We are also working on other features such as combating sign-up trap and then highlighting terms and conditions, battling basket sneaking, and transparent theme pricing, which enhances the functionalities. So combating sign-up trap. When the user opens a web page, he is forced to sign up even if he is using it only for 1 or 2 times. It is easy to subscribe, but it is difficult to come out of it. So our plan is to scan the web page for unsubscribe button and or delete account button to streamline the process, so that when the user clicks on that, he will be redirected to the page where the unsubscribe button is located. And the next one is about terms and conditions. Each website has a terms and conditions and privacy policy. Usually it is very long and users don't read through it. They just scroll through and click on I agree without knowing what they are agreeing to. So the we aim to scan the entire text and compare it to the same keywords, and the suspicious keywords are highlighted. And then the users can go through the content easily and are aware. And this can be integrated with the sign up process so that before signing into the website, they can know what the terms and conditions and privacy policy of it are. The next one is battling basket sneaking. We have to continuously monitor what is being added and what is being deleted from the cart and whether it is actually being done by the user. So the next one is transparent prices. Usually in websites they will be given that so much discount is there. So it would be better to compare the earlier displayed prices and the MRP with the currently available prices to check if it is actually genuine, and this ensures transparency. The next part will be explained by my team. So why anti-guard? So it is compatible across browsers, it is user-friendly and secure and it's scalable. So right now, our extension works for the Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, and Opera. User-friendly interface. So easy to add on and manage the extension. So once the extension is available in the browser, the user can easily use the extension and customizable. As the blocking the pop-up, it is not automated. So the user can easily, like if he wants to block the pop-up, he can block it. Then it is secure. It is secure in the way it's like if you it will not redirect you to some other website. So we will show you the working prototype.
So as soon as the URL is processed, then it displays that whether the URL is secure or not. So and the next one is a pop-up blocker. So there's an example like when telling that to easy return, so signing for that and all. So we can manually go through the pop-up blocker and we can block those kind of things. So misdirection will be prevented by. So this is what I said.
Can you demonstrate insecure URL? Can you demonstrate give one URL which is being insecure?
Yeah, this is the other example of a URL. So as soon as it's detected, it is a HTTP, so it's popping up. This may contain a deceptive identity.
That's what I told. Please click on that not secure. Go up there. Click on that not secure. Go to site settings. Not site settings. Sorry. Go back. Certification. Certification. Correct. Please go up. Back to the site. Yeah. Please click on that. Cookies and site data. See there. Learn more.
So
No. Back to that. Learn more. This is what I was telling. This is from Chrome. Every site, whatever you know, has certification authority. If there is no certification, this is not done by Chrome and Firefox. What you have covered.
Wherever you find HTTPS, you will find a certificate there.
So when you're making a website and hosting it, better you'll have to buy that certification.
Then they charge you money for that.
So and the one more thing we like to add on is like this extension can be used for the Android mobiles also. So if you take an example of a Firefox, if we download the Android version of that Firefox, so as we like if we make it available of extension in the Firefox, like then automatically when we in the Android version, when the extension will be listed, we can add on to our mobile also. It works over there. Even and same for a if we talk about the Chrome extension and all, like we can use a Kiwi browser, so which supports the Chromium based extension and all, and the same extension can be added. So it works both for Android devices and also for our PC.
Which semester you are? Third semester.
One thing to ask you about since you are told, what is your opinion on Amazon.in? Is it secure or insecure site?
Site is secure, but if we speak about the patterns and all, then it contains a different kinds of patterns.
Exactly. So this is what. So in order to do this, from the government of India also, there are some sites. Okay. I was searching, but I'm not able to get sites. There are a lot of sites. They tell you whether your data has been leaked or not. And Amazon is the first culprit, okay, to give the data, what we call leaking the data. Out of that, Facebook is second. WhatsApp is also there. So this all data, what you think it is secure, but it is not. So even though it is said that site's connection is secure, you are the product there. Actually,
it's not the data breach. It is the sharing of data.
Profit purposes. Yes, exactly. And you agree that is the terms and conditions also.
Yeah.
If I'm not seeing. But you have not shown me the feature of summarizing the terms and conditions.
So
Where
actually,
is
we are
that?
right now working on it. We don't have a actual working prototype of it. So as we try to we initially thought of taking any one website as an example and see how it works and all. So as soon as we run an extension on that, some of the it was not working properly and it was affecting the actual content of the website. So we are in the working stage of that and also the subscription part.
It is not done much because it's just
Good at least. You are right. That is appreciated. Because being in third sem to go on this level is really good. Continue.
We had an idea, but we couldn't like how to implement
That's the complex. Complex, there are a lot of complex. Continue the same because gusto and enthusiasm. Be able to achieve more than what the current fifth semesters or the final semester.
A dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Good afternoon to all the respected judges, my dear friends, and all the competitors. Myself, Anupes Prabhu, Imshal Mehul, and Sarthak Pai, and Sharan Pai. We are from third year Department of AIML. Today we are going to discuss about our project or the solution for the dark pattern, that is Project Vishwas. And the problem statement is used to the problem statement is in the domain of to detect the dark patterns and recognize a particular solution to ignore the dark patterns. These are the two similar examples which is found in all the e-commerce websites, such as hurry only if you left, because some of the e-commerce websites, when taking an example of Amazon, if you go and buy an iPhone or something like that, it may show that only few stocks are left. So that is one of the example. And another example, major example is few left in stock or something like that. So solution to the problem statement is we have built an text-based Chrome extension using naive classifier, which uses the technology of scikit-learn in Python, and we are where it highlights the dark patterns and in the e-commerce websites. User interface. There are when you go to a particular website and go to the website, when you click the analyze site, it shows what are the dark patterns present in that e-commerce website, making it a very good user website interface. Innovation. The two phases of innovation. One is cross-browser compatibility of our prototype, and second one is we are not just limiting to the text-based Chrome extension now. We are moving into the image-based extension. We have already collected 1,000+ image data, and we are moving on to building an ML model based on it. In the scope of work, we have added it as integrating into both text-based extension and image-based extension, and making it into a single extension which is compatible across all the browsers. Scope of work, as I mentioned, first one is the Chrome extension which we have built on text-based. Second one is we have collected a large amount of image data. We are into training the ML model and building the CNNs and integrating both the text as well as image into a single unit. Now the prototype demonstration will be done by my friend Mehul.
So I am Mehul Kini and I'll explain the demonstration of our prototype. So our project Vishwas right now is a simple Chrome extension, so which is capable of highlighting the things which are recognized as a dark pattern. So the framework we have used for this thing is JavaScript, CSS and HTML, basic CSS and HTML. And for the models, we have used pre-trained models in scikit-learn. So it actually uses now naive Bayes classifiers. So let me show you the demonstration. So this is our extension over here. As we can see, after we analyze the site, we have got the highlights over here, and we can see the reason for it. But the click of the moment is that But the click of the moment is that the models which we have developed is currently under fed, sir. So we are working on it, as well as we are collecting more image data so that we can build that image classifier also.
This particular extension I have seen in previous team also. Same extension.
Yes.
So this is actually a framework which is being what it called taken from other repository or somewhere.
Yes, sir. For JavaScript and all those things, we have referred a GitHub repository.
And you have is the presentation done?
Yes, demonstration is over.
Okay. Presentation is done.
Yes.
If you have told about naive based classifier.
Yes.
And on the other side I see CNN.
Yes.
Could you please mention what is that CNN and naive based, because these are two different words.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's exactly two different things, sir. So naive based classifier is a probability based classifier, sir, which is used for text related things. CNN is for it's like a future text stack for the images, sir. So the text stack we are using is TensorFlow, sir. So it will give us the H5 files over there. Now our plan is to integrate the H5 files and the job.zip files which are used in our repository, sir. We have to integrate that thing and make it in the single extension over there.
So can you integrate these two and make it into a single one? So do you think it is that easy?
No, sir. It's not easy, but we can try. What's harm in trying? Now,
Because no, when you say about what's the harm in trying, there are experts all around the world who are not able to do this.
Yes, sir.
So the point in you asking, saying no harm, what's the harm in trying, is actually a route to a failure. Okay, so what I'm saying is that you have used CNN models. Okay, CNN models are, I'm not saying they're only used for images, they can be used for other things also. But CNN are used only for classification. Now, as I have told you, what you call the similar thing, holding alcohol and holding water in the hand, is considered to be a different context, but it looks to be a what you call an image which is legal. Now, in those particular terms, how will CNN identify that? Since you have mentioned CNN, just to what you call.
CNN, I don't know the depth of it, but how much I know, principal component analysis come into picture over there.
Principal component analysis is one level below CNN. CNN is again on the higher part. You cannot talk about that. Okay. And since you are using naive base for text, the name itself says naive. Means what?
It's like it's not aware about the. It's like it's pure.
Exactly. So then, how can you say that you are using that for classification, even though the term can be flagged proper, even if it is improper? What do you do in those particular aspects?
So actually, for the text segregation, we are using scikit-learn, sir. Yeah, scikit-learn.
Scikit-learn is a library.
Yes,
Please don't talk about libraries. Talk about algorithms. Okay, TensorFlow is a framework for machine learning. Again, that doesn't come there. CNN is an algorithm, neural network based algorithm. What an algorithm basically? An architecture.
It's architecture.
Yeah. So naive Bayes is an algorithm. So if it is there, what are you talking about? Please emphasize on that.
No idea. What
Okay.
in that time? No in that idea.
Please go through these because naive based classifier won't use proper, will not give you proper classification context. You have to use context based models, okay, BERT, GPT.
Yes.
Okay. There are other also, you can check it from what you call LLMs, okay, Gemini, the Gemini Pro, Llama 2. There are other models also which do better than that.
Yes.
Yesterday one was released, which is much more better than GPT-4. Facebook has their own. There are multi-model applications also. For example, Clip from OpenAI, it's open source again.
Yes.
There are many others. Google has their own. Google V4 something is there. So many such things are there. Try to use even that also.
Okay.
Using non-context based algorithms like CNN, they will not give you what you call context based reasoning. For classification, yes. But for context based reasoning, these what you call these models which you have used will not give you appropriate results. And as according to the this one given, the theme given for you, Those dark patterns are certain patterns which cannot be seen easily by counterfeiting sites or the extensions. So your AI plays a very vital role there.
Yes.
Okay, so have a look through that and then you can. Could you please tell me which semester you are in? Work and the study you have done is a little less here. Yeah, so that's what I'm checking out. So apart from this, yes, you're good in integrating stuff, but you need to what you call work a lot with what you call developing your own system also.
So CNN and name-based, you cannot combine them. They're two different things. Maybe you could take like codes based on the number of classifications. Models are two different. If you see the model from name-based, you will see probability value.
Yes.
CNN will have the weights. So the models are like completely different.
Those are completely different. So like they are not integrated yet. They are working on the image part.
If it's the image part, then the vision-based algorithm should.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
What is this?
So good afternoon, jury. Good afternoon, everyone present here. So we are Team Tatwa. We are from second year ISC. So this is my team. He's Akash. He's the team lead. So he's Reti, Lipika, and Payal. So we are here to present you an extension called Kavach from our team, that is Tatwa. So right now, me and Akash will be presenting the slides. So mainly we are targeting on three things. That is one is
False agency,
post-continuity,
and sparsification. Sparsification is still in development, but now first things are false agency and post friendship. We'll be explaining topics on that.
So false urgency. So false urgency refers to a deceptive practice of falsely conveying or implying sense of urgency. So to be, let us not go to complicated terms. We'll simplify it for everyone to understand over here. So now I'm going to my website. Let's say I'm going to Amazon or any other shopping website. So we see there is something like, okay, there is this limited time over here. Okay, like there is some 50% off on this only at this particular time, maybe in 3 years, next 3 years. So there is something that is arising amongst all of us. That is called FOMO. FOMO is a term named as fear of missing out. So we all have that, like, okay, he has something and we are getting the same price in a lower amount. So you are creating an impact on the user so that they purchase your item within that limited period of time. So that is maybe either in a false way or a wrong perspective. So it can also show that the popularity of a product, whether it is or it is not popular or it might not be or it might be. It is representing the quantities which are limited. Maybe it is limited or it not be. So it is not completely sure whether the product is available or not. But we are creating an impact on the user so that they buy it, they purchase that product. So, yeah. So there will be exclusive such labelings will be used like exclusive, limited offer, and etc. Will this show you
I
the
think you are only targeting those words, right?
yeah. We have used regex in this case. So that what happens is in the sense now if we use data sets, we might be providing some kind of data. And because we are not well equipped with machine learning, so we didn't go for that approach. If I give some data, it might be there or it might not be there. But what happens with the regex is now let's say just can you show the code? Okay. So in this case, you can see some regex over here. So there are some digits, the numerical values that can be taken from here or not. The same case goes for spaces, various hours, the time complexity, and the minutes over there. With clocks, hours, number of time, and all that.
What if I completely flag the regular expression? I bypass the regular expression.
That could be.
Now, basically, we are not equipped.
I do equal.
You can't trust.
Yeah, these are like most of the websites keep like most of the website builders are like they create the
They give
template.
generalization.
They buy that and they use those templates. Based on that, these are the tags will be used over there.
And the main approach for not going for this thing was machine learning was because one thing is because we don't have any clue. Second thing, if we go with data sets, we are providing some limited amount of data. It might be valid for any website or it might not be there present in the website.
We should have analysis. Yes. Analysis also must be done. So research is exactly right. So yes, though it is supervised learning, when you give training for machine learning, that's why it's very popular now. Okay. So when you give so much of training, it sees which is proper, which is not proper. Right? It's like a human being itself. You're training a baby. Understand? So that's what. Regular expressions is nothing but your AI which you are putting into that.
Yeah, forced continuity. Let me explain that. Forced continuity you can understand by saying that during the checkout time. Now, when you purchase the product, you'll see it as like 10 rupees or 15, anything. It might be. When you go to the checkout time, you can get like there might be a higher bonus over there. Like it might be 25,000, including taxes and all. Including taxes is valid, but sometimes what they do is without the taxes also, it will be a total product price will be about 15 to 20 minutes, like 20 rupees also. During that time, that's called a forced continuity. They forcing the from back end itself, hiding the real value, showing a fake value. Now, basically, for the example, I can say was Zomato. Zomato, when you order a food over there, when you go to the checkout price, when you're paying, they go to the like they will be adding even one more option saying that for development of global for India food takers for poor people and all. They had those things and total price will be totally different with YouTube. Like it might be a purchase of 350 rupees. Total it might come out as 373.80, including their thing. You might not have the option of checking out also. Sometimes you might have. Sometimes they force you to take the subscriptions and all. Those are called forced continuity, even including the sign-ups. To continue reading the page, Amazon Kindles or any web page reading at all. They force you to sign in to continue the reading of the web page. Sometimes those are fake also. They give you the half like there's the text over there which is half gradient. Then they say to continue reading, go on this, sign up over there. Once you sign up to their pages, you can't come out. There will not be option to delete your account like Amazon. Once you get in, you can't come out easily. You have to go with Amazon care. You have to contact them. They reach you out of like 1 to 2 weeks later. They say what was the reason you want to close the Amazon account? Was it that we tried to come out? So it's difficult to come out of those such things. Amazon, Flipkart, they go under those type of things. Those are called forced continuity. You can't come out of that easily. So what we have built was extension called coverage. Basically, this is the desired code from Git expression, which we have made alter changes, adding forced continuity and the regex expressions. Based on that, we had like things, and we have built extension. It might be, it's like same thing. It highlights those regular expressions based on the web pages and all. Now, basically, go to the Amazon web page. In Amazon web pages, you might see in the 15% claim, in limited time. It highlights over there the stats and all. Just click on the expression over there. Just click on next over there. Yeah, it highlights that it's closed in other color, showing that it's visibly, so it's over there. Be careful. It might be a what you say. It might be a dark pattern. Before you enter, just look after yourself like that. For just now, we are just giving a warning, not totally blocking those things.
I've seen the same.
Yeah. That was the derived from that. There are like this is not limited to only one website. They can go with eBay or other thing. For example, let me show with the eBay and other websites how it goes on.
So that's okay, not an issue. Not an issue, no problem. Any other things apart from?
Apart from that, is like we have planned to show you guys the basket sneaking itself, but we because of time limitation we could not do that. It's like based on Python, we are learning that thing, how it works on that, how it based on it, we are learning that and building that. For next, like if we get still more time, we might build that also and show you the prototype if it's available. But now for now we are built using regular expression, this extension.
What about force continuity?
Force continuity, I could not show that, but because you have to go like for now in the using like desktop, you can't go with Zomato. Either you have to go into the Zomato till the end of the panel where you're checking out, or and other places if you are checking out also you have to use credit cards and all. During when you use the credit card, that time it flags up. But because after again and give the credit cards and all, the values will be different.
Since you have brought up the topic of credit cards, I want to add something. There are certain sites that even take credit cards.
Yes, that was what we thought before coming here, like just few minutes ago. That if we want to check out something, we can try with the credit card. But I am, as of what I have seen, with my own experience, I guess current technologies so far that they can identify this. What I am trying, because when I had tried for my to access Google Cloud for free credits of 300, I gave my credit card by generating a credit card. So it found out that it is a fake credit card. So because of the recent security that is happening, so we cannot actually take those fake credit card generators to be considered. Any questions?
Already.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So all of you, you fill up the feedback forms, right? Yeah. Okay, just fill it up and collect it. Also, all the files you have to put it in a folder and provide it to you. Okay, you have code files. No, put it in a folder and you can just drop it in my laptop. Okay, so all the code files, documentation that you are providing, README or any other documentation, the video recording, what individually your teams have got, right? So those videos, and yeah, these are the things that you'll have to put it in that folder. Name it with your team name, and then we'll copy it to it. Okay. So that has to be. So what will happen now is we'll be uploading your files and the scoring, whatever we have done, that will be uploaded to the IIT to the convener space. And final result, we are not announcing. So it will be announced directly by. So I think they will be shortlisting 25 teams at the national level for the grant winner. That's the round 3, which will happen at PhD. Okay, so we wait. So probably we may have a meeting and maybe we'll get an update. Okay, all the best. And good presentation. Okay.